All right, chat. Mic check. Damn, chat. Feels like it's been forever, even though it's only been a day. Bro, I'm gone for a day. A day. One day. And Blizzard dropping bombs, man. On a freaking Sunday. Expansion news. Freaking patch news. Like what? Like on a freaking Sunday. But I was disciplined though. I was disciplined. I still chose not to stream because I thought about it. I really thought about it. Like, you know what? I guess I just have to stream, man. I got to stream, but I had things I had to get done. For those who don't know, the Andy's Rogue build is now online. It was supposed to be a secret in terms of like getting it out there before I actually put it up or whatever. But Woody Joe announced that I was writing it like a day beforehand, so I'm like, okay, well, crap. Well, I guess I need to go ahead and finish that up then. So I spent a good chunk of yesterday doing that. I also started writing music for 2 programs I'm working with this year in terms of the marching band stuff is related. So I was disciplined and stuck to getting my responsibilities not all done, but completely like yeah, I was. And so I purposely made sure I try to stay away from a lot of news, but I'm here now. And we just gonna do stuff. Blizz dropping bombs unlike Kyrie. Yo, O2 Dallas, man. I'm actually kind of sad to see it a little bit. I hate to see that who is it? Like Luca blaming himself. I'm like, bro, Luca was the only one that showed up that night. I mean, granted, yeah, you did miss like 8 free throws and that could have changed the outcome of the game. And also that missed foul call at the end. Jalen totally pushed him in the back. But that's okay though. I mean it's all right. It's they really should have waited and had you announce the expansion, the trailer. Your old game guide video for them has over 10 times the views as the Vessel trailer. I usually you're trolling me. Like usually like 99% of the time I chat Mr. Pig. But you know what? That actually wouldn't have been a terrible idea, I think. Considering because you're right. You're not wrong, actually. That would have been pretty cool. Yeah, apparently I still have the most views in terms of the game guide stuff or whatever. Like I still don't even know how that's even the case. Is there a link to the Andy's Rogue build? I mean, I probably should make a link to it, but I mean, you can just literally just go to Maxroll D4, like D4 Maxroll, and literally it's like the first thing you see. But yeah, took me a little while to kind of get that squared away, but also understand that on the Maxroll guide, I purposely make sure that I heavily credit the originator of the build, which is Zario. So you will see references as well as his teaser video throughout the guide, just because, I mean, let's be honest, like he's the originator, you know what I mean? And so like when I was writing it, I specifically told Maxroll that like if I'm gonna do this, I want to make sure I heavily credit the person who actually came up with the build. So no one knows. So no one thinks that I'm the one that actually came up with that, because obviously I didn't, for all intents and purposes. So it went over well, and they approved. So it's like, okay, well, cool. Then I don't mind doing the write up. So anyhow, let's go to the main game. I may not actually play any Sork tonight. May or may not. I haven't decided yet. Only because I got some things I kind of want to test, especially now that the new patch is kind of out. So I kind of want to play that with my rogue a bit. Oh, whoops. Also, YouTube, what's up? I see y'all out there. I see y'all. But I did. I do have my pre-order for the expansion. So I got my wings. Okay, hold on. I gotta actually launch the game, right? Here we go. Okay, we're launching the game. There we go. All right, we're doing it. Oh wow, Evan the Pig actually Evan the Pig is modding tonight. Look at that. Evan the Pig is dropping truth bombs that isn't a direct troll. And he modded. Bruh. I take one night off and this dude is like refreshed. He's like, bro, I'm gonna mod hard tonight, man. I'm sorry. Despise, what's going on? Say, do I like the dog? Honestly, I haven't noticed much because I logged in just enough to put my wings on and say hello to the dog, and that's legit. Like that's it. So I honestly don't know. Biggest comment, what's up? He said, I saw that Andy's build that you published doesn't use Shadow and be like Zario's. Is there a particular reason why? Yes, actually. So so it's effective, obviously, right? It works, and it sounds really cool when it goes off. I think the idea is the build already itself can be a little difficult to play. So I had to kind of, and not only that, but the way that Woody Joe plays it also is a little different than how Zario plays it, right? For example. And so I'm kind of in the like stuck in the middle between creating variations that people want to see that they saw Woody do, because Woody's very popular and everyone loves, like, you know, doing or playing builds that Woody plays, right? And then you got the originator, obviously, and he has this variation that he plays, you know, which is pretty close, right? You know, there are like small differences. So I had to kind of go, how do I make this streamlined for the average audience on Maxroll, right? So the shadow imbue can be a little difficult to manage and play well, and also kind of requires probably a bit of the like additional shadow imbue stuff like that. Like for a person who's never played the build before, it's easy to kind of like destroy your shadow, like just run straight through your shadow imbue charges just from the dashing and shadow stepping and having to get close and things like that. So I just felt like doing it the way Woody Joe had it with smoke grenades is just easier to manage, because it's more straightforward. So because already you kind of have to weave in the puncture and the flurries kind of like, you know, between each other. So I'm like, you know, how do I streamline this so people don't have to, you know, really try hard but still be effective, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I know that's like a long answer, but there were things I kind of had to look at from how they were played between the two players, and then go, you know, I think this would be good for everyone, if that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, you could certainly do Shadow and Mill instead of Smoke Grenade. I mean, it's literally just like a switch. Zach is running around. Difference between Shadow and then I can tell you the difference. dimmers. So I mean, smoke grenade would obviously be more effective against like elites or whatever in general, right? Whereas shadow imbue would be really good, like in Helltide, you know, where like the actual shadow imbue is actually worth the damage, if that makes sense, right? So it just really, either way it works. Is a Maxroll in-game tier list gonna refresh? From what exactly? Said, bro, can we get our pre-order in Arius Rings as not an emote? Really? I want my dog to be a monkey who would take my junk to the shop and sell it. You know what? I don't disagree. By the way, I need to change my skills out because I was experimenting with things. So need to remove what I was doing there. Also appreciate the follow. Are there any GA uniques that I need? Honestly, I don't even care about the GA part. But if you got a pair of Temerity pants that you are not interested in at all, like I mean, it can be no GAs or whatever, but just a pair of Temerity pants, I would actually take them for testing of something else. I prefer an amulet with malice plus exploit or GA frigid plus exploit. For general content, probably GA frigid plus exploit, to be honest. I assume being it and Steam require different pre-orders. I don't know. Not sure. Zedai, what was the Heartseeker update? None. Literally like a typo, maybe. I think I ended up putting it as a sticky on D4. That's literally it. I will do some updates to the build. But that's gonna come like maybe tomorrow or the next day. But no real update has happened yet. But I'm gonna do some like quality of life stuff on the guide to kind of make some things easier. Maybe talk about penitent grease. I still haven't decided yet. I think all this is trash, right? All this is trash. What will it be? So you got me on those pants if you want them. Okay. I think biggest comment on Twitch actually got me. The dog said her secret got every patch, man. Any D4 news, you know, servers are going down today. Yo, does that mean Heartseeker is gonna get nerfed? You know it. You know it. It's exactly what's gonna happen. Hold on, let me actually pull up my Blizzard app or whatever. I like a 2GA helm. I actually have a the helm I have is actually just good enough, but I appreciate it. The legendary helm I have is actually good enough. Such a good song right here. But yeah, a Temerity actually might be useful. I'm a little worried about using the Temerity because I mean it just gives so much like damage to basic skills. And it's just like you know, if you're doing any sort of basic attack build or whatever, it's kind of sucks that you guys are first Uber unique yesterday at the 10 tournaments. I got a GA life steal. Nice, dude. Well, these are actually some pretty good pants, man. In terms of like the value. Yeah. I'm gonna try Temerity with Shank Rogue. I might do that later on in the stream. Temerity might solve my problem, but it's gonna cause another problem in terms of you know, kind of like, you know, missing like a jillion ranks to Blaze Shift. So I'm gonna have to kind of figure out how that works, how that's gonna work. So, but I might be able to survive. So we might solve one problem and then run to run into another. But we'll see. Also, I kind of want to test out Scoundrel's leathers for a second. I want to see if they actually fixed the whatchamacallit. Not that it's gonna be good or anything, but when then what's happening in Heartseeker? Nothing's happening in Heartseeker. Nothing's happening to Heartseeker, guys. Nothing's happening. A GA healing might be nice. Yeah, I was looking at that too. Yeah. All right. Yeah, actually, is that core skills? Yeah, casting the core skill. Okay, well, GG. But I guess with that being said, though, let me actually see what that is, though. Let's because I just want to see if it actually like works in general. No. Yeah. All right, hold on. Wow, okay. Wait a minute. Was that... How many death traps was that actually? Hold on. Did I get this question answered? Yeah, I did. I answered it. GA Frigid. I personally would prefer a GA Frigid plus exploit. Let's try this again. Let's get my energy back up. If it wasn't for the freaking Dark Shroud ranks, honestly, for like a, let's say like an inner sight barrage thing, I actually wouldn't mind this, especially considering how important cow traps are now. Yeah, because like poison and death trap went off like pretty quickly. Not only that, but since now we have the access to what was it, inner sight duration now? Like inner sight duration is now a thing, kind of. You can spam quite a bit of traps in that time frame. Yeah, like yo, that's 3 traps in 4 seconds. That's actually not bad. So they actually did do something to it. Oh, by the way, this testing I'm doing right now totally means that Heartseeker got nerfed, by the way. In case you guys were wondering. Rip Heartseeker, y'all. Rip Heartseeker. Heartseeker nerf confirmed. Yeah, there it is. That's good. It doesn't really seem that weighted either. You guys remember this, right? You guys remember like when I tested this before, right? You know how like I was saying like some traps were weighted, like you will almost never see one trap, but you'll see all the others. Like you will never see cow traps at all. You would see poison trap and then maybe death trap every now and then, but you'll see poison trap almost all the time. Yeah, they actually they actually fixed it. I mean, not that I can use it right now, but like, let's just say in the world, right? Let's just say in a world where we actually have defense, like Rogue actually has defense that isn't just Dark Shroud plus Dark Shroud times Dark Shroud. You know, swipe your credit card, Dark Shroud. You know what I'm saying? Like, put Dark Shroud on Laraway. You know, in a world that Rogue isn't that, this is actually quite good. And that's a 60%. Look at that. Like that's the min roll. Like that's the min roll. Also, it has damage reduction from enemies affected by by trap skills. That's also not bad. Obviously, that's not enough to replace or remove. Well, as you guys know, right? Dark Shroud, but yeah. So what I'm saying is they fixed it. I think I just never tested it this season, but they actually fixed it. It actually like spawns traps, which is, you know, a good thing. I don't know what I can do with that this season, but maybe mid-season patch or something. Maybe again if they give us something to. I see you over there on YouTube. What up, bro? New here, checking it out because you like what you see. Oh, cool, man. Cool. Well, hope you enjoy yourself. Did you know max working 25% on a gridded affix is often worse than getting on a lower value? Yep, I watched Zario's video. It's really good information. I love when he does stuff like that. I know he doesn't like we talk sometimes and like he, you know, just not really get demotivated, but like he's not necessarily like motivated enough to continuously do content like, you know, consistently. But I love it when he does stuff like that because that's information that like everyone can use. You know what I mean? So I love it like when he when he goes in the lab and he does stuff like that. But yeah, it was a great video, for sure. Cause I guarantee you, like most people did not know that. I can't imagine. Yeah. Most people did not know that at all whatsoever. I didn't know. I had no clue. I don't mind admitting I had no clue. Wong was going on. He said, "Could Scoundrel work with twisting blades?" I mean, technically, yeah. Inner sight with twisting blades is I mean, I guess it could technically. Problem is again, you know, needing ranks to Dark Shroud is the problem. With Rogue in general, there are builds that I want to play that I can't play because I legit just I just can't get the rank. I mean, I can't not have ranks to Dark Shroud, or I just cannot have a build where I can't proc Umbrus to do what I need to do. And that's kind of where I'm at on Rogue. Parents, what's going on, man? Hold on, let's pop an elixir and eat a brain. We're gonna chill out in Helltide, I guess, for a little bit. Don't get me wrong, Heartseeker is insane, but I'm having a lot of fun with this Andy's build so far. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of fun. I'm glad we finally got, you know, we got a version up on Maxroll. Yeah, I gotta go back and like fix this for sure. Like All this is awful right here on that sword. I haven't hit a vulnerable damage grid at FXME level 100. I mean, if you're leveling really fast, that's probably not uncommon. Do I know the attack speed breakpoints? That's a very general question. That's like saying, you know, do I know all the piston timings of cars? That's literally what you just said. Right now, I might know some, but there's no way that I'm going to remember or memorize every breakpoint for every skill, because every skill is different. Actually, is a spreadsheet out there? Yeah, we have it on Maxroll. We literally have a guide on Maxroll. And also for each build that we do on Rogue, we like legit give you that information in the mechanics section. I guess that's why I was confused. I'm like, yeah, of course we do. It's in our guides. But I don't know like them all by heart. Like I can't like recite them all. I could in D3 because all the breakpoints for every skill was like the same. But there was a lot of them, but I knew. But it was all the same for every skill, whereas in this game, each skill has its own different breakpoints. What aspect would I drop for Undying on Heartseeker? I don't know what you're running, so it's kind of hard for me to like. What aspects are you running on your armor right now? Bro, I took my English 12 final exam today. I know I passed the exam tomorrow. It's my last day of school. I have physics exam tomorrow, but you're a bit nervous on that. How'd you feel about the English exam when you went in? You said you knew you passed that, right? Good question. Why do some Heartseeker builds use Devious over Ranger glyph? Honestly, I use Snare over Ranger right now on my personal build. But Ranger is just defense. That's all. That teeny bit of like additive damage you get isn't why you take Ranger. You take it for the defense. Devious works. It's just an additional 10% multiplier. That's all that really is. But I mean, you can totally do it if you want. It doesn't work on bosses though, for whatever reason. Like Devious does not work on bosses unless you proc it from a minion from a boss that has ads, which in that case it still doesn't really work on bosses. It just works on the minion that procced. It just happened to hit the boss. So I guess the part that takes you the longest to kill is like the part that Devious has the least amount of value on. But yeah, some people probably reset when they shouldn't have. Yeah, Justice, that was me. That was absolutely me. You're following my build. Which one would I drop for Undying? So I still kind of need more information, Goat. You said you following my build. Which one would you drop for Undying? So I mean, okay, hold on. I mean, the only one you can drop is Shared Misery. So, but I wholeheartedly think that Shared Misery is better than Undying, especially if you have 1 point and 2 siphoning strikes and you're playing a little close. Because Shared Misery is going to CC everything anyways. You're going to get hit less, so you can drop Shared Misery, but you're going to farm slower. The pet is such a useful addition. Yeah, it really is. Doggo's doing his thing. Hi, what's my highest pit so far? Honestly, I don't know, because I haven't pushed. I think it's like 123, 124, somewhere around that range. But that was like a speed clear. So honestly, I don't know if I would ever like actually push before the season's over. I just don't like the activity or that activity in this game. What's up, man? Do I happen to have extra pain borders? I only have one, and I've already masterworked for testing, so I can't even give it away. Why Penitent Greaves? Honestly, I was trying it the other day too, like in my previous stream, and I liked it enough to kind of keep it on for a bit. 15% more damage when you're chilled, which in reality, when they're frozen, they're also chilled, so it's like a free multiplier. Also, quicker stagger on the bosses allows me to get cold resist, which means I get some extra paragon points I get to save. Also, you know, faster freezes. It's actually quite a bit of neat things that I kind of like about it. Also, when I'm CC'd, you know, if they're on top of me wailing at me, they're being chilled. Hopefully, they'll be frozen before they can kill me. It's like a little bit of like a little bit of quality of life everywhere, honestly, with it that I kind of like. Now, whether I stick with it, I don't know. We'll see, but so far, I like what I've seen from it so far. But I haven't like, if I think it's like straight up better, then I will like probably do a video on it or something. But right now, I think it's just kind of like, it is a little more DPS, but I think it's more quality of life than anything. I don't know if it's worth making a video about quite yet. I wasn't aware that Undying wasn't even in my builds. It used to be. It used to be until I made the Share Misery video, and then I put Share Misery in place of Undying. So is it possible to use Heartseeker in the Andes build instead of Puncture? Both have high lucky hit chance. I mean, you can. Technically, yeah, you can. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You can. You have to play. You still have to play pretty up close though, because you have to be able to proc the close quarters combat key passive. So either you're doing that with Shadow Step or you're doing that with Flurry, along with your Heartseeker. But yeah, I mean, technically speaking, yeah, you could technically do it with Heartseeker, sure. But you have to block her on everything because she went nuts. Everything. My bad, wrong message there. I mean, you could talk about it here. I mean, we cool. I mean, you know, if you want someone to talk to, you know, I'll listen. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, bro. Like, I get it. Isn't it better to use bow instead of crossbow? Mathematically, it's the same DPS. In fact, actually, the crossbow is like 3% stronger. But, I mean, it's really about preference. Do you want to attack faster or do you want to hit harder? So 22%. Do you want to hit 22% harder or do you want to attack 22% faster? There is no tangible DPS difference between the two. So basically, I always tell people, do whichever one you want. You want to know why I use a crossbow? Because it sounds chunky when I shoot my Heartseeker. And I like the way it sounds. That is why I go crossbow. I do have to deal with, however, the awful transmog of the crossbow, because the bow just looks way better. Just visually, the bow just looks way better. But I cannot deal with the whole shooting a toothpick at my enemy sound whenever I'm using Heartseeker with the bow. So crossbow it is, basically. But it doesn't matter which one you use, whatever your preference is. Kyle Jones, what's going on? I want to thank you again for the Heartseeker build. Love it. Oh, nice, man. I'm glad you like. What's the most important stats for Rogue, and how many Paragon boards are you running? That's also a very broad question, sir. The most important stat for Rogue is going to depend on the build that you're playing. And usually, yeah, because there is no one stat that's just like the best for the entire class. And how many boards am I running? I believe 6. Pretty sure 6. Might be 7 because I might go back and make some adjustments, but we'll see. By the way, your guide for Heartseeker Maxroll's updated. No, there were no updates to it. I literally removed the rapid fire sticky, the rapid fire guide, and put a sticky on the Heartseeker. So I know it says last updated today, but literally no changes were made. Problem is that, like, I mean, I have to lie and say fix a typo or something just so that for people, you know, be like, oh, okay, cool, no changes, right? But if I say, oh, I changed the sticky for Heartseeker, no one's gonna know what I'm talking about. So I have to make something up so people realize that I didn't change anything major. Tornado Werewolf Druid is cool. The use of the cooldown ring is pretty dope. Never heard of this stuff. I've leveled all classes this season. Your build for Rogue is the most fun. What's your second most fun class? Out of curiosity. We place the second cow trap on the boss right before the first one started. Does it retain the multiplier for? Yeah, it does. It does. It keeps it at max value, which is why oftentimes you'll see us, like, you know, overlap the cow traps because we don't want to, you know, risk not doing the thing. Okay, let me actually go and. You know what I want to play tonight, though? Outside of, like, maybe Shank Rogue, if I can kind of get that to work. Dr. Dogs, I was gonna shotgun. I was gonna say my mate got a shot Shaco from 10 level 100 Druid kills. Is that lucky? Yeah, that is pretty lucky, actually. Yes. The portal does look sick. It does. From the expansion or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I normally never change my portal transmog or whatever, but when I saw that, I'm just like, what? So honestly, I'm sad that these goblins or the goblin bags don't give, like, angel breath. Like, what's up with that? Unless maybe, like, my pet's picking it up and I don't see it or whatever. Also need to change my horse transmog, right? Like, don't we have, like, the little cat, the cat transmog or whatever now? Right? Yeah, I think. To either Necro or Windshield Druid. I think I'm gonna do it Windshield Druid later as well. My Sork is only at level 82, and I was planning on finishing leveling her tonight, but I don't know because there's some things that I'm always in experimental mode, and I kind of want to do some stuff. And also want to play the patch with my Heartseeker rogue. I haven't actually played the patch yet, so kind of want to do that on my rogue for a little bit. It's a tiger. Okay. Do I have to go to the horse steed or whatever to change my my cat mount? It's a jaguar. Okay. Wait, is it a tiger or a jaguar? Let's appreciate the follows. You break your 2 GA vulnerable dex builder gate. Oof. It's a jaguar. Tiger has strikes. Jaguar has spots. It's a jaguar. Are you sure it's not a leopard then? Could it be a leopard or? I mean, it might be a cheetah. It's a lion? Okay. Fair enough. a thick cheetah. Where can we find your Heartseeker build? Wood. If you look in the description of the YouTube, the live YouTube, I have my I have the build posted there, like underneath the description. Do you have other classes that I enjoy other than Rogue? I like Sword and I like Druid. I have a hard time like getting around to playing them because usually I spend so much time on Rogue messing around with things, and when I think I'm done, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna play another class now. And then like, I'm like in the shower and I'm just like, but what if I do this thing with Heartseeker? Or what if I do this thing with Barrage? Or, yo, have we tested Scoundrel's Kiss? Sorry, Scoundrel's Leather this season? Like, have we messed with that? So like, I'm always kind of like tinkering with Rogue all the time, where I just never really get around to playing the other classes like I want. So it's like, I'm just always like, and thinking, and then of course, by the time I'm like, you know what? All right, tonight, yo, we're totally getting our Sword to 100, right? And then they come out with like, let's say a mid-season patch, right? And now things have changed, and like, you know, things got buffed, things got nerfed, you know, new bugs are found. Now I'm back playing Rogue again. You know, it's just like, I can never really like get away from it almost sometimes. You say, haha, nerd. Hey, leopards are all black. Jaguars have circles. The spots inside. Isn't like a panther like a mutated leopard or something like that? Is that? I felt like I read that somewhere. Kind of like a mutation that went wrong, sort of, in a sense. Something like that. I don't know. Like it Are you able to kind of talk about where you start with that build? Yeah, you may. You mean like how I design or come up with builds, or like here, how you think about like, can this be my main skill? How do I go about seeing how it's feasible? Honestly, when it comes to Rogue, it's really about the key passive. So I look at the key passive, right? And it's like, okay, is that key passive good? Yes or no? Because I mean, you have to be able to scale the key passive to do enough damage for something. Then from there on out, you go, okay, what skills can take advantage of this key passive well? And so you start looking at like multipliers, scalers. You start looking at like key skill passive. You start looking at paragon glyphs and things. And and then you go, okay. Like for instance, with like victimize, like victimize Heartseeker is a great example, right? Where it's like you look at the you know, victimize key passive and you think to yourself, huh? How can we scale victimize? You know, now that we know that, you know, there's double dipping happening, right? You know, what skills proc victimize, you know, often, right? You got pin shot. Pin shot's pretty good for that. Basic attacks are actually pretty decent for that. But since victimize is based off of your, you know, the damage that you deal, is basic attacks enough? Is kind of the thought for us. It's like, okay, well, how do we, you know, get our Heartseeker to deal enough damage, or a basic attack to deal enough damage for victimize explosions to be worth it, right? So then you start looking at skills and you think to yourself, okay, Heartseeker kind of came about because it's like, huh, I can ricochet. You know, the ricochet does 75% of the original damage, so I get a chance to proc victimize twice per shot, right? Kind of thing. I have two chances. Then you have the, you know, Heartseeker multiple projectiles, right? I'm like, okay, well, now, you know, I can double that value. So now I can go four Heartseeker arrows, whatever like that, which means 4 chances to proc victimize. And you think to yourself, okay, is that enough? Is that enough to get enough, you know, for victimize to really be a bit, to actually be a thing for this setup, right? And then you kind of just start, you know, putting out the numbers and spreadsheets and stuff, the things I don't like actually doing, but you kind of have to do. And then you kind of scale it from there. You go out and you start testing what works, what doesn't work, because you cannot trust the tooltips. So you can't go, oh, I think this is going to go well, or whatever. Like, for instance, pain gorgers, right? I mean, that's almost like an obvious. You think in your mind, oh, that makes sense, right? I mean, obviously, you know, let's just put it together. Well, it's not so obvious because it doesn't scale with the victimize passive. But you go and you test it, right? You go into the fractures peaks and you test to see whether it works with it or not, and then you document your results, right? And then you go and you look at other stuff. So you test everything. You test all the multipliers, make sure they all work like they're supposed to with whatever build that you're doing. And yeah, for the most part. Then you kind of surround the rest of the skills. What other skill multipliers can I use that feels good with the build that will scale with said build? With Heartseeker, okay, well, now you got Cowl Traps, you got Poison Traps as one. Smoke Grenade makes sense. You kind of go from there. And then you do pick other stuff too, right? You go, oh, okay, well, can Shadow Clone proc victimize, right? Because everyone's always asking that, right? It's like, can it proc victimize? So you go and test and you realize, oh, it doesn't proc victimize and it still does crab damage. So looks like we're not using that, right? But it normally starts, like on the road, it normally starts kind of with the key passive for me. And then we see how we can scale the key passive with, let's say, a new unique or legendary affixes or whatnot. Heartseeker stronger than Rapid Fire? It is. Try rogue, build melee. I have been, sir. I really have been. I've tried doing some Twisting Blaze inner sight stuff. I've tried doing a shank rogue with Blaze Shift, which is actually very fun. The problem with some melee builds, honestly, like actual melee builds, I'm not talking about like Puncture, Andy, because I mean, honestly, it's really not like a melee build. Puncture is considered really ranged, but you're playing it close, per se. So it's not really a cutthroat build. Is that you cannot proc Dark Shroud with a melee skill, with a cutthroat skill, with Umbrus. And since Umbrus is all of your defense, then you just die horrible deaths by not being able to proc Umbrus. So I thought about it a lot, sir. I really have. I have, and I've tried, and I'm still trying to think about ways I can make that work pretty efficiently. But it's hard. It is very hard right now in the current state of rogue affairs. Make momentum great again. The thing about it is that momentum is actually really good. Believe it or not, momentum is really good, but the problem is that our key passives are so ridiculously important. Like important in terms of the strength of our class, that you can't just not take like precision or victimize or close quarters combat. You can't take that and still deal damage. So momentum is actually good in the defensive way. Like that's the only other way we can get some defense. But by doing so, it means you have no offense. That's the problem. But momentum is actually like in a bubble. Momentum is actually a good key passive. It's just our key passives are just way too strong right now because they scale. If they never scaled, we wouldn't have that issue, but they scale, so we have that issue. In 4 months, we'll have Rogue 2.0. Yeah, that's a. Do you know the reason why poison is not as good as it used to be? Poison, honestly, has always been fine. It's just that I think what people may not realize is that Twisting Blaze poison, which I think is what you were talking about, right? Ramin, is that Twisting Blaze was bugged. Like Blade Dancer was bugged, and it was scaling poison imbuement much higher than it was supposed to. Basically, that's probably the easiest way I can say that right now. So when they fixed that, when they fixed the scaling and the Blade Dancer hitting more than it's supposed to, and then the Blade Dancer getting 100% of the original Twisting Blaze value for a poison imbuement, then it appeared that they nerfed poison, but they didn't. What they did was fix some bugs that made Twisting Blaze scale poison much higher than it was supposed to. So that's what really happened. Cell Kittens, I didn't even see you there. What's going on? I'm on a Heartseeker as well on hardcore. Do you think it is a viable build for Uber kills? Yes it is. It is. It absolutely is. If Inarius followed Maxroll builds, he would have won, to be honest. What a comment. I might have to take that one to the Maxroll Discord on that one. What would I consider to be a good dodge chance breakpoint? Well, I mean, I would say I wouldn't look at dodge as, or getting dodge as at like a breakpoint per se, because it's really hard to get on, like, to get what you want when it comes to dodge on your gear like that. It's like super hard. So I mean, if you can get it. If you can't, then it just kind of is what it is, unfortunately. Is Penitent Greaves on your legs a good choice even though you give up an aspect? So far, yeah, I'm enjoying the Penitent Greaves. I haven't played with it I played with it a little bit the last time I played, but not enough to where I'm like saying, okay, yeah, this is like my absolute go-to. So I need more time. Generally speaking, I don't like just putting it on for 5 minutes and then I go, all right, yep, this is the play. Unless it's like obviously way better than the other choice or whatever like that. But if it's only just like a little bit better, or if it's like some quality of life, then it's kind of like I need more time. So I don't have that like, sort of recency bias, if that makes sense. Does Shadow Clone get like a chance to freeze? No. Shadow Clone doesn't get pretty much anything that you get. All it gets is like your original attack power, and that's it. Your weapon power. That's pretty much it. It's a horrible skill, unfortunately. Is that a new shirt? It's actually not a new shirt. I just never really wear it on stream. And but I've had it for a while. And, it was just sitting there. I was like, you know what? I'll wear this today. Makes it feel like I'm actually on vacation or so. Like I just went to like you know. I ran a question for me. When you get a drop in the Iron Wolves Hell Cache, can you imprint those items with other aspects? I honestly have not tried, so I honestly do not know. Like the actual answer to that. Also, on crossbow penitent compared to shared misery and bow. Well, I mean, going penitent grease has nothing to do with whether you wear a bow or crossbow. Like it will perform the same exact way regardless of what weapon you choose. So basically, the real question really is, you know, like penitent or shared misery is kind of the real question. Or you can just drop Shaco and keep shared misery with a legendary helm, which is also another thing, right? So, so those are the real questions here, and honestly, I don't know because I haven't played enough between the different setups to be like, okay, yeah, this is definitely better. Right now, it's almost like options. It's like preference. It's like, hey, you know, if you want to do this, you can, right? Or hey, this works too if you want to do it this way. So I think it's more so a preference than anything, which is a good thing. Like, I think having more options or more ways to do something is actually a good thing. I don't necessarily, you know, we don't necessarily have to have or find the next, you know, major big thing where it's like, okay, this is obviously meta. Right? Having different options or variations to do the same thing is actually a win in my book, because they'd be like, oh yeah, yo bro, you playing Heartseeker? Yo, I'm doing that poison trap one. Oh, I'm doing concealment. Oh, word, for real? I'm using bow. I'm using crossbow. What? True. I feel you, man. I feel you. You know, and then you go for aspects, right? It's like, yo, you know, I'm using Shaco. Well, I kind of like the legendary helm for, you know, more like a hit chance. Okay, cool. Yeah, hey, that works. You know, so I think it's more so like that right now versus like anything more than that. Is element still bugging, giving 30% always? I actually didn't even know it was giving more than 30%, or giving 30% always. When did that happen? Did I remove grease rounds from Nightmare Nuggets? I don't know. Haven't tried yet. Is there a crit chance break point where crossbow is better than bow? Nope. It doesn't matter. And not everything necessarily has a break point. Just kind of want to put that out there. I know we talk about attack speed break points all the time, but that's break points are more so like what happens with the frames of the game, like, you know, how the game calculates frames, right? Like those are like break points per se, in a sense. Not saying that other things can't have break points, but when we talk about break points, it's usually attack speed based, right? But no, I mean, the amount of crit chance will not affect how good a crossbow is versus a bow. It's legit still whichever one you want to play or choose. Like, I do know that people kind of look for one being better than others. Like, oh, this one has to be better than that one, right? Like, the choice that I'm making has to be the best one, right? And it's like, maybe it's just a choice, right? And that's it. And in a game, in an action RPG that usually has a clear winner all the time, I think it's great that we have choices. You know what I'm saying? So, Retribution double dips? Yes, it does. I didn't change my mount yet. You're right. I probably need to. How can Sork survive with 10k life? It's like an immortal Sork build or immortal thing that's happening with Flame Shield or whatnot. where you basically are granted mortality if you have enough cooldown and like some extremely GG gear. But once it drops, you're dead. Hey, look at the mount, yo. Well, I've had the spectral charger forever. I've yet to put any armor on. I guess I can't put any armor on. Oh, yeah, I can. Hey, look at that. Okay, okay. All right. Okay. All right. We transmogging, all right. And we'll give him a little something. We'll give him a ninjutsu scroll. There you go. That's right. My mount can perform ninjutsu right there. Don't mess with my mount, man. That's it, right? Do I have to do anything else? Now we're good, right?
I need more time.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. We're actually cool now. I'm actually one of the cool people now, right? Am I cool now? Can I go to all the Shadow Clumb? When sheer poison? Sure. Even with the crossbow weapon mastery being crit based. Well, the thing about it is that like with the Heartseeker build, there are multiple times where you're going to be crit capped anyways. Like it's the way I've designed it on Maxroll and even on my personal build, you hit 100% crit chance with all of your buffs up anyways. Right? So like the thing is that it's still with weapon mastery, it's still a 15% multiplicative buff as you're critting. Whereas versus bow is 12% on weapon mastery that does not dip with the victimized. It's just a regular 12%. So I mean, it's not enough to where you can go, okay, crossbow is clearly better. No, it's not. It's not that at all. Like I said, I think I mentioned crossbow is like a teeny bit stronger overall. We're talking about like, you're never gonna notice a difference, like type teeny bit stronger. Victimized procs can't crit. No, it cannot. But you can crit, and your victimized damage is based off of your damage. So if you crit and victimized procs on your crit, then that means the victimized proc deals the damage that is based off of what you crit for. All right, we're still going to get angel breaths now. Immortal shit looks boring though. Well, that's why I'm trying not to build my sword that way. Honestly, I don't want to go that route because I would be bored out of my mind playing an immortal sword build. Riptide, what's going on, man? My boy just told me you're the road master. Is this true? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what people are saying about me, so I don't know. But I do. If you consider Maxroll, like a place where we have quality build guides, then I am one of the rogue build guide writers for Maxroll. So if you want to equate that with that, sure. You don't like wings in Diablo? I normally don't either, but I actually kind of like these wings. I never really wore any wings in the D3 at all. I just thought they looked so out of place and tacky. But I kind of like these wings. Attack speed or crit chance better for Heartseeker? Honestly, I can't really answer that directly. You kind of want a certain amount of both. For more information, check out do ! build to kind of see like a balance between what you want and need. It's not a don't do that, but do this type ordeal because you want both. You wish there was more backpack transmog. There. Barb can be immortal too. It's fun in PvP. Maxroll, that's where I get your Heartseeker build from. Okay, well, I am the author of the Heartseeker build on Maxroll. So if you're playing that build and you like it, then yeah, there you go. Mr. Pimp, what's going on? Let's go grab that. See a poison build instead of ice. Wait, I'm confused. Wait, so you said you got your Heartseeker build, but change it to a poison build instead of ice. How do you do an ice build for Heartseeker? Out of curiosity.
I need more time. The wind has grown too cutting, even for these parts.
I feel like I missed a question. I'm gonna have to scroll all the way back up. But that's like one question that I think I like glanced past, but didn't like read completely or couldn't read completely. Turns out double arrows is pretty important for consistency. Probably. You should do a video and explain the itemization piece on what you should aim for. Just like in general, or like is there like a specific build you want me to do that with, or? Because usually in the build guys, like build video guys, we tend to do that, or at least we should. I guess we'll pick up this last chest and then we'll go put you said Azarath Heartseeker, the freeze from Azarath also crits. I mean, I have one in my stash, but I can't imagine it dealing enough damage to be like to matter. From what you're giving up, like what you're giving up for it. And considering how easy you can freeze too, it's super easy to freeze. So, but I mean, I am not. I mean, I have one in stash. I can just go to test dummy and shoot some arrows and kind of see what I think. But does Azarath properly the mice? No, it doesn't. It's not gonna do that. Procs cannot procs, and there's only very rare cases in which that happens. We're talking about super rare. And those cases are like, well, bugged cases, like, you know, it's not supposed to do that. But no, Azeroth's proc is a proc, and it does not have a lucky hit chance, so it can't, or a lucky hit chance value, so it cannot proc a lucky hit thing, if that makes sense. But let's go to Kyovashad though. We can go to Kyovashad and they will you know what? Yeah, let's go. Unless it's secretly bug. I mean, it could be. That's why I say, you know, I don't mind actually like trying it if I have it. What are the grades looking like today? Masterwork yet? I did masterwork them. Not, I didn't get the right roles I wanted, but they are masterworked. Let's see. Let's go to my stash. I got all this stuff I didn't pick up. Yeah, well, I guess I can't even like wear the thing because stash is full. But here's my Azarath here. We'll put that on there. I guess my thing is like if you want to play Azarath, personally, I think you should. I don't think a vulnerable base build is the way to go. Like victimize is not the way to go. Like if you want to do that, best it's generally better with like let's say like close quarters combat key passive, something that will actually scale that damage a little bit. Well, not the key passive per se, but the crowd control, damage to crowd control enemy scales that better than like vulnerable does. In general, so and actually there are some things I'm gonna keep though. I'm gonna try something different today. I say different, but we'll try something today. Let's hold on to that. To that. To that. Armor transmogs are those. This is the Ash Knight. This is the one transmog that I actually bought from the shop. You said for Heartseeker, Paul? Yeah. So like I did a build video in terms of like. So yeah, I did do a build video of Heartseeker where I go over all the items and like why you want certain stats, etc., etc. If that's what you're talking about. All right, let's actually get rid of let's get rid of victimize so we don't see what the actual like okay. And let's also remove ricochet effect. And let's do multiple targets. So I can say for certain there's definitely no AoE effect on this already. Let's actually choose a different arrow so I don't get the double. Okay, I see the proc. Okay, so looking at the numbers. All right, so we have a 20% chance for that to happen, right? Or 20% lucky hit chance for that to happen. So here's the issue with this. Unfortunately, doing this on like a victimized setup, right? The damage the damage when it hits actually isn't that bad. Especially if I was to like maybe like get some stuff going on. Yeah, so you saw like a 9mm crit there, and this is forceful arrow, right? So like so the damage itself isn't actually that bad, and it actually scales pretty pretty decently. But there is a but behind this. Okay, but the fact of the matter is that there's such a low chance of you proccing this and it's only single target that even if you do get a pretty decent amount, like, you know, pretty decently high number, the value that you get is still quite a bit less than, like, let's say a regular weapon with the proper rolls on it and power trap duration and an aspect. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if you can trade it out for an aspect that isn't a damage aspect, you still wouldn't have a case, honestly. But I mean, it hits for kind of okay. Not gonna lie, like it does okay. In terms of like numbers wise, but like you just don't proc it often enough to be able to take it over something. Like, so like, let's say if this is like a 50% chance or something like that, then we might be talking as like maybe I can replace it with you know, something or whatever. But because the stats are kind of meh and doesn't really scale with the victimized build, then this doesn't really too much work so well with Heartseeker. And it also it's a single target, which is not what Heartseeker really needs per se, right? You kind of want the AOE, which I mean you get from victimized anyways, but you know what I'm trying to say. So like, I think it's a neat novelty, but not something I would look at as a variation. Like, you're not dealing more damage at all versus like an aspect with a regular sword. But it's cool. It's neat. It actually does more damage. It hits harder than I thought it was going to. It's just nowhere. It's just no way that it's consistent enough to be able to replace it. To replace an aspect on a weapon like that. Maybe a ring. If it was like a ring, maybe we're talking like a ring with the 50% lucky chance. Now we're talking maybe, but that's about as far as that can come. Would not become AoE with Share Misery. Share Misery wouldn't be able to share the proc. That makes sense. Like, because it's a proc effect, so which is separate from the actual crowd control. So I don't see it like. I'll put it this way: even if it did do that, let's just say hypothetically, Share Misery actually shared the proc, like shared the actual proc damage. It still wouldn't be better than like a regular sword. Like, you see what I'm saying? Neat though. Very, you know, neat. The middle both ways is that your other brothers can't deny. Zippy was I like Big Bus and I cannot lie. And I just woke up drinking coffee to open my eyes. What version of pre-order do you think is worth? Honestly, the base version. Like, unless you like a you know, a bunch of cosmetic stuff, then just the base version, honestly. But if you're into cosmetics, sure, you know, go for the ultimate version or whatever. But like, there's nothing really, in my opinion, that would entice me to go for the ultimate version. For myself. The only reason why you see me with the wings and the cool portal and stuff like that is because, like, as a partner, we're kind of gifted the, you know, top version of, let's say, the game / expansion or whatever like that. So, but if I had to like spend money, like actual money, I would have just gotten the base version. Is elemental aspect bugged? I hit one enemy and it's gone. How often have you tried it? No, it still works for me. it still swirls. It's still swirling. Daggers or sword? It doesn't matter. Whichever one rolls better for you. Daggers will make your dash and shadow step feel slightly more responsive. But there is no DPS difference between the two. I know Barb isn't your specialty, but is movement speed important for it? Absolutely. Well, capping movement speed, yes. Capping movement speed is important for all classes. I was wondering what build was better for Pit, Rapid Fire, Heartseeker. Well, Rapid Fire. I'm sorry, not Rapid Fire. Sorry, Heartseeker. Heartseeker is generally better for the Pit in terms of like Pit pushing. Like if you're farming, it doesn't matter. Like they both can speed farm 100s in like 3 minutes or whatever. So like at that point, it's just a personal preference. But I guess if you're trying to like push, you want to see how high of a number you can go in terms of the Pit, then Heartseeker is going to do that better. Or it's going to go higher. The number is going to be higher at the Pit with Heartseeker. Can I tell you why movement speed is important in general? Really? Really, MNQ? Have you... How do I say this without like sounding like mean? Because I'm not really talking to me play memes. Have you played many action RPGs, by the way? MNQZ? Like have you played action RPGs quite a bit or no? Honest question, like... Like that would be a question that I would ask if I was playing, like, let's say I was playing a first person shooter, which I don't play a lot of, and I might ask, you know, why is like, you know, recoil reduction important? You see what I'm saying? Like, but I would ask that if I don't play, you know, first person shooters kind of thing. You know what I mean? Or shooters in general. Explosive verb actively activate deadly ambush and ambush glyph. Yeah, I mean you can, but I would never say you drop elements for it for a completely ranged play in the Pit. Well, you still gotta drop cow traps anyways. Like there is no way around not using cow traps. Like you can't just like not use cow traps. Like on Heartseeker, you have to have it. It's not even a option or a choice. Like you just have to. I don't like that it's that way, but it just kind of is. Especially with this bug scaling at the moment, you don't really have any options there. So if that's the case, then there's really no reason to take it. Explosive verve because of that. But I do know what you were trying to do. Like I know what you're trying to achieve, and I'm like with you. That you still use cow traps as not poison trap. Yeah, so I get that, but I guess my thing is that if you're using cow traps, then there's no reason to use explosive verve, right? You see what I'm saying? Because you're gonna always have a trap out. So you don't need your smoke grenade to do it if you're gonna always have cow traps out. Like there's no stacking effect or anything. But yeah, MNQZ to answer your question, because I don't think you responded back or anything to what I was saying, is that movement speed basically is like everything you want in an action RPG always. You never want to be slow. Movement speed allows you to farm faster. It allows you to get to one place from point A to point B faster. It allows you to engage monsters faster, which is a better clear time of efficiency. It allows you to move away from danger quickly. Literally, it is like the one stat that is commonly agreed on that every build, every class, and every action RPG would actually want. yeah, you never want to just be slow. Like move slow. You never want that. So which that just showing movement speed. You didn't know Couch didn't count as a trap? Oh no, it does. You see the tag? Childish right here. Agility, mobility, trap. Yeah. But yeah, I got you. The song, you said this song kind of slash. Yeah. Oh, this is Dirty Loops, man. All the Dirty Loop songs slaps.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah, so this is the first time I've done a pit since the past changes, so I don't really know what to expect with the boss thing or how many stitching stones I'm gonna get now per run. Or are those actually good in this build? What do you mean those? Can you define what those are? Is crossbow better than bow? It's the same thing. Let's see. Do you want to hit harder or attack faster? It's the same DPS at the end of the day. So really is preference. You mean the boots? I've been wearing them since last stream, like towards like the middle of my previous stream, and kind of like them. So, but just like when I test things, I kind of wait a little while, like, you know, play it for a while to kind of, you know, see how I feel about it in all situations or whatever before being like, yo, I'm going with this. So I'm gonna stick with it for a little bit and see if this is a preference. But I do like some of the quality of life and also the little bit of extra damage I get from going penitent with it. You found any pest as a minion buzzard rogue? No. I mean, there's no way to make Shadow Clone any better. Even if it did work for Shadow Clone in some way, shape, or form, it still would be garbage. Being fresh as I'm is. Is this an old school song? Yeah. I think this came out when I was in high school. Greetings, dogs. Heartseeker nerf. I just changed to it and I'm loving the build. Yeah, Heartseeker gets nerfed every patch. In fact, Heartseeker was nerfed at launch as well. Before the game came out, they nerfed Heartseeker. And every time They came out with a patch that did not have any Heartseeker information at all. Heartseeker got nerfed. Heartseeker was nerfed. Secretly nerfed every time. This patch notes just never showed it. That's the ongoing joke of my pinned message. When someone asks me every patch, this Heartseeker nerfed with no information on Heartseeker. So you just saw it, Tyler. You mean the No, it's just like I feel like I get it like every couple of days, this Heartseeker nerf, and I'm just like, bro, nothing happened. Nothing happened. New patch comes out, expansion comes out, Heartseeker got nerfed? Well, yeah, of course. Expansion came out, or expansion news just came out. Of course it got nerfed. Oh, I just saw a devs react trailer to the expansion. Did Heartseeker get nerfed? Yeah, absolutely. Exactly what that meant. Well, they did nerf the vulnerable affix. Well, I mean, they did nerf the vulnerable affix in season 1, but they also mentioned it in the patch that they nerfed the vulnerable affix, and they talked about it in their live stream that they nerfed vulnerable affix. See the difference? They said it. It was in patch notes. Heartseeker, never in patch notes. They didn't say anything about Heartseeker. I oftentimes get. Did it get nerfed? Every day. Now, will it get nerfed? Will Victimize get nerfed or get fixed at some point? Yeah. The double dipping will eventually go away. They will do away with it. Will they do it this season? I don't know. Like with the mid-season patch? No idea. Will they fix it next season? Probably. Why green gems and armor? Because I want more damage. That's why. It's very glassy, meaning that it's easy to die, but if you hang out in my stream long enough, you'll know that I typically like to play very glassy, as in like wearing like toilet paper for gear as toughness, and just go balls out DPS. I don't recommend it, but that's just the way I like to do things. Why did I choose Smoke Grenade over Shadow Imbue in your version of Andy's? Just easier to execute. Shadow Imbuement will obviously be better for, like, let's say Hell Ties or whatnot, speed farming or whatnot. But you also only have 2 charges, and you have to be very careful how do you use your charges, as well as rotating your puncture, flurry, weave stuff. So I had to kind of think about a way to make it still easy to play while being functional, and you know, a person not thinking about, oh crap, I just use my shadow imbuement charge on a shadow step to a mob that wasn't close by or something. We only have 2 charges, right? So I figured I'd make it more straightforward while also providing you with a nice damage buff for things that actually do matter, like let's say Elise or whatever. So I mean, it's just a choice. You can go Shadow and Beam it. Nothing wrong with it, obviously. Zario does it. He's the originator of the build. I do think that for a Maxroll setup though, whatever, I gotta think about ease of use as well. So why do pit any higher than 101? Because right now 101 at my gear level is just too easy. So, like, I almost have like, I'm in almost no danger of dying by doing a one-on-one. Is it faster? Yeah, it is. But at the same time, I play games for fun. Like, that's the number one thing. I like efficiency, don't get me wrong, but fun factor is going to always take precedent over, you know, doing a pit run 20 seconds faster or so for X amount of mats or whatever. So I find a little bit more resistance, a little bit more fun, and thus therefore I go higher than one-on-one. Again, your shirt is better than my build. Appreciate you. What boost am I using? Penitent Greaves. Doc says TP build 2.0. Is it worth swapping max HP to percent damage on weapon? No. Percent damage is additive. If you're talking about a Heartseeker build, no, do not do that. Like absolutely do not do that. I'm curious if they updated info on the build so I don't hit a ceiling. Not at the moment, no. When they have a moment, can you see your stats on Jury? It actually mimics the guide, literally. It's like the exact same stats that you want from the guide. So it's just these two things here. Nothing spectacular. I have an 886 ring too, so I probably need to get that replaced at some point. How did I get my Harlequin quest? I crafted it. You haven't know, do you need this right now? You haven't seen this setup? Yeah. I know. No one does. No one has probably like given this a serious try with Penitent Greaves, which, I mean, I know why, obviously, but after playing with it for a bit, I like it. I don't know if I like it better than Sheer Misery with regular boots, but that's to be determined still. But I kind of like having the extra damage. And some quality of life with the boots. Am I doing the change log on Maxroll after the Heartseeker updates? I haven't updated anything today. I know it says June, you know, updated June 10th. I get it. But literally, I just pinned the sticky for the homepage. It's all I did. But there's no way that I can like say that and people will actually understand what I meant by that. So I would have had to lie and say fix a typo so people won't think that I did anything like, you know, crazy. But no real updates have happened today or yesterday. But there will be some quality of life updates to the guide itself sometime this week. I just want to know the build didn't get nerfed. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, updates don't necessarily mean nerfs. In fact, I do a lot of updating, not because nerfs happen. Oh, the emote didn't work. What changed for Heartseeker in the past? Nothing. That's why I'm usually baffled when people ask me did Heartseeker get nerfed, because there's literally no mention of Heartseeker in any patches ever. So now I just kind of make a long running joke about it. But I know like people talk about how like Victimize is obviously bugged or whatever, but like there's been no information from Blizzard about them doing anything about it yet. Keyword yet. How did I get the wings? I pre-ordered the expansion. Can I pre-order for you too? What am I enjoying in this season more? Heartseeker or Barrage? Definitely Heartseeker. I like Barrage, and I actually was thinking about putting something or putting a Barrage thing together tonight. I thought about it. I still might. We'll see. Barrage is just hard. Against like pit bosses or whatever. That's just kind of really it. Poison Barrage with Andy's is legit, isn't it? I mean, it's really not any stronger than like the combo points cold Barrage, honestly. It's just more fun to play because you don't have to worry about combo points, right? The pre-order option is only there now because of the positive response to season 4. Gotta milk it while you can. I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, it's a good business move for sure. Ah, freaking thing messed up my thing. Whoa. Okay, so that was poison and the little like dot from the ground. I saw my life bar drop so quick on that. Dartless. Maybe you should copy paste your opinion on bow versus crossbow in the description and just point people to that. It's in the guide. It's literally in the Maxroll guide. I'll talk about it under facts. Although I guess I might be making an assumption that people actually like scroll that far down in the guide and like look at the facts section. But it's there. It's definitely there. Oof. That's awful. I knew I shouldn't have stayed as long as I did, and I did. I did it anyways. It's like a 2 deaths this run. God, what is going on with me? What am I doing wrong this run? That's like 3 times I died. Let me make sure I didn't change anything. Because usually I might die once and I'm like, okay, don't do that again. But this time that was like, is it just a bad set of fixes that time? These past couple of times or what? Although I guess it could be possible. I might have changed something out because I was testing things earlier, so. The frost spiders. But I mean, usually I usually don't just straight up die multiple times. Usually if I die once, it's like, okay, I know what I died to, just play better. Like, that's the answer for me. But when it happens a couple of times in a row, then I have to think to myself, okay, did I change something or? Gotta stay in the mix when you heal from Chris Walk Club. Well, I mean, the idea. Oftentimes, I don't even like being in the mix like that unless I'm forced to, because I don't want to get hit. If I get hit, I don't have to heal. Which is my line of thinking. But there are times if I jump in and like there's a set like a set of elite affixes that I just didn't pay attention to, and it all happens at one time, and I just blow up, right? Like that happens, and I'm just like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have jumped in like that. But those are things where it's just like, oh well, then Docs, I just play better, sort of thing, right? Which is actually kind of why I like the 105s or 106, because it's like I can still die from making a bad decision. But it's still sort of speed territory still for me. Speed-ish territory. Is intercom only good for higher tier pits? Well, you have to think about like oh, Zarya, what's going on? I see you on YouTube. What's up, man? So when you think about intercom, you got to think about how often do you stand still, right? So like, let's say if you're speed farming, right? You know, depending on how fast you're killing things and whatnot throughout the pit or Helltide, do you stand still long enough to get the 3-second, to get the triple bonus, right? If the answer is yes, then intercom has value for you. If the answer is no, then something like, let's say, elements might have more value for you. If you notice with the way I play, I hardly ever stand still, especially in speed runs. So intercom has zero, I won't say zero value, but the most I'm going to ever be able to get out of like intercom is that initial 10%. And if that's the case, I might as well just run elements. But that's a me thing, right? I don't know how it is for you. Or whatnot, right? I can't answer that for you. But for me, I really can't use intercom to its fullest.
Needs time to recharge.
Yeah, so it's not so black and white, I guess is what I'm trying to say when it comes to intercom. But I do like the Penitent Greaves though, quite a bit. It makes me really wish I had a Frigid Finesse amulet though. I don't have Frigid Finesse at all, unfortunately. But like, if there's any time I'd want it, it would definitely be now. Ooh, that hurt. You have the bubble aspect on one of your pieces of armor. I guess I would benefit to change that for the Dark Shrine. Oh yeah, absolutely, bro. Yeah, not even a question. Umbrus is like necessary. It's like one of the most important aspects on Rogue. Period. Sag, I didn't proc my inner sight during this stagger. There you go. I thought crossbow always better for speed. I have triple FX crossbow, so I don't know the switch. I mean, technically a crossbow with exploit, like amulet, like an exploit passive amulet, you can get to a threshold where you can one-shot stuff, depending on like the pit, whatever like that. You're more likely to one-shot a pack than you are with a bow, given a perfect scenario. But like the threshold upon doing so and the pit level upon doing so to do that is so like niche that you're not going to try to build around doing that. It doesn't make sense to do that. But there are scenarios where you can save a shot or two, let's say by going crossbow, and exploit kind of scales slightly better. It wants to scale better, but like will give you the opportunity to be able to save a shot per se in certain situations. But like it's not one of those things where you should try to gear for it and like try to shoot for it. It's very, very niche. Like extremely niche. Oh, look at that. Okay. Look at that Scoundrel's Kiss. All right, not bad. Before you go, let me see your stats. Which stats? Why am I using the unique gloves? What gloves? Oh, boots. Oh, Penitent Greaves. I'm kind of just messing around with them right now. I don't really have a like. There are perks to it. I don't know if it's like. I'm still kind of on the cusp with it. I like it. Probably a little bit better than what I was doing before. But maybe not enough to actually like make mention on of it on like a video guy or a video or something. Not like the share misery aspect. Like that was kind of like a game changer for speeds. But like yeah, I mean Penitent Greaves is more damage with an asterisk. I'll put it that way. missed that. I missed this rotation note real bad. There we go. That's what needs to happen every time. Up, champ mob. Frigid finesse or malice? What do you mean? You mean if you had a choice? I mean, I don't really think you can go wrong with either or. Really. Like if you roll malice and then you roll frigid finesse, you're not gonna see a difference in your runs. They're both very, very good and very close. But malice is going to be a little bit more consistent because it actually works all the time. Whereas obviously frigid finesses happens, you know, basically when, you know, mobs are frozen and or the boss is staggered, but it's really big DPS. Do I use a Shaco? Most of the time. I say most of the time because sometimes with this setup, I sometimes like using the legendary helm. So, instead. Just depends on what mood I'm in. Literally. Why boards for game screen? What do you mean? I'm confused. Whoa, bro, what is going on? What boards are you talking about? I just happened to get a triple GA crossbow with vulnerable dex and max life, so I wasn't sure if it was for sure. I mean, the thing is that crossbow or bow, it legit doesn't matter. I know like there's always a debate for it, and I think in an action RPG, you know, there's usually clear winners most of the time, right? Like we're just kind of just like, oh, well, obviously this is better than this. But we actually finally have a build in which there's multiple ways you can gear this kind of. And there's multiple variations you can play for like a 6 skill or whatever, right? So I like that's the case where there is no obvious clear answer in terms of a bow versus crossbow or, you know, swords versus daggers or whatever. Sapphires versus topazes and I mean it's, you know what I mean, like we have options. And I kind of like that. Have I seen the efficient Rose popular YouTube videos on Ruggo Licky Hit not needing us high for Heartseeker? Yeah, I watched it. I do watch his content. How about weapon mastery with the bow? It's just 12% vulnerable damage, like as a multiplier. It doesn't dip with victimize. It's just a normal 12%. So there's no like trickery going in, you know, there's no trickery happening. There's no like, you know, like anything bugged or whatnot. It's just a regular 12%. So 12% multiplicative, obviously. So I mean, for crossbow, it's 15% multiplicative crit damage, which, you know, the actual value will just depends on how often you crit, right? So. But yeah, as opposed to malice. Well, malice triple dips. That's why you want malice. I know it's not an obvious thing to kind of to get, but malice triple dips. That's why you want malice. If malice didn't triple dip, you wouldn't take malice in this build. You literally would just go frigid finesse, exploit, weapon mastery. You would just skip malice because there's no reason to have malice versus the others. The malice triple dips, which is why you want it. You found 3 weapon mastery, 3 malice amulet. Do I think it's worth to use over it plus 3 exploit orient? Well, yeah, of course. More, generally speaking, the more useful passives on the amulet, the better. But Juan, what do you? Sorry, Juan. I don't know who that is. Sorry, I didn't answer your question, by the way. So I did see his video, right? About the lucky hit chance on why he chooses to go vulnerable on rings instead of lucky hit chance. And the end result is that he's saying it's more damage, right? And he's not wrong. He's actually not wrong at all. It is vulnerable on rings is technically more damage than having lucky hit chance on rings. But there is a but in that equation. The difference between perfect gear or good gear between having vulnerable and lucky hit chance is less than 1% damage. So we're not talking about, oh, it's 20% more damage or 30% more damage or something like that. It's literally less than 1% damage. And he even shows it in his video that the difference is so minuscule that it doesn't matter at the end of the day. But if you're just trying to ultra min max and all you care about is like, you know, dealing 0.01% more damage or whatever, then sure, you can go that route. But the thing that you also have to remember is that when you have lucky hit, even Ava commented in the YouTube comment section, is that with more lucky hit chance, you have a better chance of being able to keep up your vulnerable, because you have to remember this is important, right? The chance to make enemies vulnerable, if that drops a tad because you have less lucky hit chance, then you're actually dealing less damage because that dropped. There's also some other things to think about too, such as your Umbrus, being able to proc Umbrus more often because you have a higher lucky hit chance to help you stay alive better. Shared Misery is another one. All of your utilities, you proc those slightly more often because you have higher lucky hit chance. So there's the reason why I go lucky hit chance is because the quality of life is just better. And it's not worth trying to gain 0.6% more damage versus a better uptime on vulnerable or a better uptime on Umbrus or a better uptime on your shared misery or a better uptime on your utilities. I think those are more important when you look at the bigger picture versus a 0.6% damage increase. You see what I'm saying? So again, I'm not saying he's not wrong. What he showed was correct, but it's not looking at the big picture. Overall. So I'm still gonna do, like, for me, I'm still gonna do lucky hit because, well, everything I just said with that. I just recently found that you target the temporary vulnerable and not the vulnerable GA vulnerable. Yeah. Oh yeah. Zario's video. Zario did an excellent video on that today. Or yesterday, really now. Yeah. Is crossbow clear favorite for victimized builds, though they're vulnerable? It's only 32% from the implicit. Like, that's not enough for you to go like when you already have like almost 2,000% vulnerable or whatever the amount you have. That 32% is not a game changer at all whatsoever. Now, if that 32% was like 200%, then it's like, oh, okay. Now we're talking. Now I was like, okay, yeah, definitely crossbow clear winner, but no. Juggernaut D, what's happening, man? Relique, what's happening, man? Mortadelo's is Heartseeker nerf. You had to do it. You had to do it. You said. It's been 30 minutes since it's been asked. Does Exploiters work on bosses? Nope. Sure it doesn't. Oh, really? That hurt. Whatever that was, that hurt. Then again, I am using a legendary helm, so I am definitely even squishier than I was before. Which passive would I try to go first on the amulet to get? Since the passives are so rare, whatever I can get. It ain't like a it ain't like a convenience store where I can just go and like grab the passive I want. Those passives are extremely rare on amulets, so whatever I can get, honestly. You get Frigid Finesse first, you roll with that. You get Malice first, you roll with that too. You get Exploits first, then good. Roll with that. It's just so expensive to try to roll passives on the amulets, man. It's rough. You roll with whatever you can get. That Nigel, you said, okay, sick. I'm glad to get another creator to weigh on this video. Thank you. I think for me, the biggest question is how crucial attack speed matters and how many times look at hit procs. Well, I mean, obviously, the faster you attack, the more options you have to be able to proc things to as well, right? So there is that. I do think that for the normal player or like the player who's logs in, wants to kill a few things, then log off or whatever, a lot of the things that are that are typically mentioned and things like that, or I won't say irrelevant, but doesn't really play a big role in like what you're actually doing in the game. It really doesn't. I mean, breakpoints are nice per se. Like I said, like it's nice to know what the breakpoints are for certain builds and certain skills. But more often than not, it's not going to matter much to the average player. Someone who's not pushing like super high piss or whatever, or whatnot, it holds little value at the end of the day. Because oftentimes, more often than not, there's very rare that you put on attack speed on a ring or whatever, and you don't hit the next break point in most cases. It happens, but it's rare. I mean, it's rare. It's very rare that doesn't happen. But yeah. Yeah, lucky hit versus vulnerable on a ring versus attack speed in a ring. Like, all those are like such minute differences that it only really matters to, like, unless you're, to someone who might be really OCD about making sure you have the absolute best. Right? And if that was the case, everyone would be running crossbows, because technically crossbows 3% stronger. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it just doesn't matter. the end of the day, like, you know, for people, the quality of life is better on the bow, which makes sense. You attack faster, more umbrage procs. It feels more snappy. It looks way better in the crossbow. So, yeah, you're not gonna worry about that 32, that little bit of vulnerable damage from the crossbow. Like, who cares? You know what I'm saying?
Time to recharge.
100% Heartseeker chance. What's up? So 50 plus lucky hit chance is a solid benchmark with potion. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Do I have any malice ranks? Yes. You notice I'm not using topaz and weapons. I actually was using topaz and weapons the last stream, and I got asked why I was using topaz. So I think I'm gonna get asked regardless of which gems I use in my weapon. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like, we're still looking at like a less than 1% damage increase regardless of which route you go. Sometimes I'll do topazes just to change up the color. Just unsuckle all gems? Yeah, I should probably do that. Let's just run with no gems. Because the difference between running with gems and not running with gems is what? Maybe maybe 2% difference, if that. Actually, maybe like a little bit more, like maybe 3.5% or something with the amount of vulnerable that I got. It's like an orange gem day. Yeah, see, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You get it. Wait. Where's the rest of the enemies at? I have a pair of pants that have a passive where I get your gain 6. Oh, you mean Juggernaut? But it makes your jump take 100% longer to come back. Yeah, that's Juggernaut. You don't want that, sir. Can puncture any rogue build use Doombringer well? Now, when you say well, can you give me like what do you mean by well? Like what are you wanting to? So when you wear a Doombringer, what do you want? What are you wanting to happen? Like what would you like to happen when you wear the Doombringer? And that's probably not a question that you were expecting to be asked, but hey, but I've been watching for a while, just looking to subscribe to your channel, bro. Just wondering if I offer any homosexual discount for your partner if you were to subscribe same day as me. There's nothing. So all of the subscription stuff is not based on my prices. I don't get to set the prices for subs, so I can't make discounts. Like that's a Twitch thing. So I can't, like, let's say, you know, price my subs at like $1.99 or something, $10.99 or $20.99. Like I don't make the prices. That's a Twitch thing. Yeah, it's impossible to do that. Otherwise, there will be some creators that would. I mean, I totally would do make some, you know, do like maybe some like promotions or whatever like that. Because I mean, that'd be pretty cool to do. But yeah, we don't get to set the prices. YouTube. I see you. Hey, I know you're working on Puncture Andy build for Rogue. Can we have that this week? It's already up there, Jacob. The Andy's Puncture Rogue is already up there. This is the thing, man. Like, Shared Misery is so freaking good, man. But that's the only aspect I can drop if I run Pen Degrees, though. Like, I can't do both. I would definitely remove elements if I could, but I can't because it's like not in the same slot or a similar slot. I can move things around and be able to take Shared Misery and that. So like, why don't I like? Oh no, I do like elements. It's just out of all the multipliers I have, it's probably the worst, or the most inconsistent. I'll put it that way. So I mean, if I can replace it with something more consistent, that would be more damage, then I would. Do I think Uber Uniques are too common now? I mean, I only have one, so I don't know. I could tell you they're not common in the open world. I've yet to find one in the open world, like the not bossing. But I don't really boss a lot, so I don't know. I'm probably the wrong person to ask for that. I said just set the build on Maxroll on my amulet instead of Deadly Vein. I have Frigid. Should you re-roll the event? No. Frigid Finesse is like the top, the top one, right? Like if you look at the amulet on the planner, it's like Frigid Finesse is like the top one, the one that you want GA, the one you want to masterwork. So why would you re-roll that to Venom? I know Venom is like the second passive, but like Frigid Finesse is like the main one. And there are other passages you can get to as well. Exploit is good, like also really good too as well. It's not as consistent, but it's good. Like it's very good. when you can get that burst on the high health target, or the explosion on the high health target, of course. Right, so but no, don't roll Bridge of Finesse off, no. Yeah, both exploit and frigid. Okay, well then, but then just keep it that way. Like, I wouldn't roll exploit to Venom or anything like that. If you already have exploit, it's not worth the gold, like, at all whatsoever. So why penitent? Well, more damage and a couple of quality of life things that come along with it. Easier to or quicker to freeze, because you do have the chill effect or whatever. But primarily just more damage. But what I do give up, obviously, is I have to give up sheer misery if I'm running a Shaco to do it. And like, the hard part is the extra damage worth the quality of life of shared misery for farming. And that's kind of what I've been weighing in on for the most part. If I had like one more slot or something where I can keep shared misery, I would definitely not, keep Penitent Grease, period. But is incense important for solo play? Depends on the content. I think for most things, no. But if you're trying to like push really high pits, then yes. So I would say for 99.9% of players, no, it is not important. The 2 weeks on Rogue, I still can't find good gear. At least one GA, except weapons and one ring. I'm kind of in a similar boat, somewhat. My rings are kind of bad, so I still have one ring that isn't 925. So, things happen. Do I help with Uber bosses? I mean, yeah. I guess, what do you need? The stat are you trying to crit on the Harlequin for master work and rapid fire? Max health. New to the game, I have a question. What should I do to have the Dark Shroud consistently on like yours? The Umbrous aspect. But if you're new to the game, I would definitely check out maxroll.gg and look at our build guides or whatnot. We explain everything you need to know about any build that you want to play. Is Doombringer any good? I mean, Doombringer is good, but you just have to. I don't know what you value more though. Like, Doombringer is great for defense. Like, it is absolutely god tier for defense, for toughness. Right? But that's kind of all it provides, is toughness. So you have to ask yourself, are you willing to give up offense, quite a bit of offense, for quite a bit of toughness? If the answer is yes, then go Doombringer. If the answer is no, then don't go Doombringer. Is it better to wait boss done for throwing smoke? No. Alright, I'm gonna go back to Shaco in a minute. How good are the treasure bags? Are they worth farming? Um, honestly, right now, I kind of need Angel Breath, and the treasure bags don't give that. So that's why I'm not, anxiously like, farming them at the moment. If they drop Uber Uniques or something like that, now we're talking. But I guess at the moment, unless I'm playing a different class that I'm in which I'm not geared up on, then I guess the gold too as well. I mean, they do give a good bit of gold, right? Helltide drop a ton of Angel. Well, yeah, I know. I think we're just talking about the goblins, right? He was asking, about the goblins, like, are they worth farming? But yeah, I mean, Helltide is really the only place you're really going to be able to like farm Angel Breaths for the most part. I usually wait for like the good Helltide, like the one down here, like the one I like the most. And Kyovashad's Helltide is also pretty nice to. Do I have plans to finish the Heartseeker guide on Maxroll? Nah. I think never finished it, and I have no plans on finishing the Heartseeker guide at all whatsoever. I kind of like it in its unfinished state, where it's like the build is only halfway working. But when I do get around to finishing it, I will totally let you know. Which may not be till next season though, so just stick around. I got you covered though. I got you covered. But to answer your question though, be mindful. I'm only just messing with you. But you have to look. So be mindful when you look at Heartseeker, right? When you look at the Heartseeker Maxroll guide, it's a specialized guide. So it has a specific template that's different from the in-game guides. If you look at any other specialized guide on Maxroll, all of them do not have the stat priority section. And the variations are actually in the planner itself. And the guide literally tells you to click on the planner for variations. However, I can't map them out. I can't pull it out and like actually write the variations. It just takes more time versus just literally telling you to click on the planner. But eventually I could get around to, let's say, doing it. In fact, actually, let me make sure it's there. Make sure I got it there. Yeah, there it is. See? Click on the planner to see all the different variations. So I got it in orange. I put it in italics. I italicized it, and it's right under the planner.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
But I can split it up though. I mean, I could do it like what is it, like kind of how I did on Endario's Puncture, where I did this and this. But I felt like this was needed to be explained, why we did what I did. So it's more than just a planner. Like I don't have to explain much about the Heartseeker planner differences. They're all like very straightforward. But the puncture stuff is dropping two aspects and why we're doing that and why we pick up a different Paragon board, whereas we don't do that with Heartseeker, right? Or it's like a slightly different Paragon board with different glyphs. With Heartseeker, it isn't really that at all. It's just I drop a Shaco, and now this variation is that, or I add Flurry, now this variation is that. You see what I'm saying? So like, that's why. I might even add another slot here just for Shadow Imbuement instead of Smoke Grenade, so I don't get crucified for not having that there. For those who prefer Shadow Imbuement instead, so maybe I'll make that adjustment tomorrow for those who like that. But anyways, yeah. We're looking at min-maxing the bossing build and getting decent amulets quite hard. The closest I've gotten is +2 malice. Yeah, I understand. I totally understand more than you think. But this is why. Hold on, let's go to Heartseeker, right? So we go to Heartseeker, right? Let's go down in the unfinished guide, right? The guide that is totally not finished at all, right? So we go down to the unfinished guide, right? And we go to facts and mechanics. So we have, when can I transition to this build? Bow or crossbow, which is better? Swords or daggers, what's the deal? Which elixirs? Do I have to use poison trap? I get this all the time with concealment, but it's written here, you know, in facts and mechanics, of course, right? Getting multiple passives on an amulet is really hard. Any other options? I'll lay it out here for you, right? Any uniques useful for this build? I get the Doombringer question all the time, right? Here we go. Are there any uniques in this build, right? How are Dark Shroud stacks generated for the build? I get the Umbrus question quite a bit too. So I understand we open a guide, there's information, bunch of words and pictures and things, and we tend to not want to scroll all the way down. It's down far enough in a sense. I get it. But oftentimes, especially if you're looking at a Maxroll guide, I can't speak for other websites and how they do things, but in the Maxroll guide, generally speaking, we know the questions we get asked a lot, and usually your question can be answered in the facts and mechanics. No way. Is it okay to have vulnerable damage on the gloves instead of crit chance? I mean, yeah. I mean, it's gonna probably result into probably similar, you know, DPS for the most part. But you also got to remember that crits also help with your Umbrus. So like there's it's a balance in that. But I do get what you're saying though. Be mindful of, you know, I know I'm kind of like messing with you a bit, but I do get what you're saying. Like not having the stat priority section and our specialized guys is something that we have to talk about as a whole when we do it on Maxroll. Like I can't just throw an entire section down there and yet the other specialized guys don't have that stat priority section, because we have to keep our templates very, you know, well, uniform. So I can't just be throwing a bunch of things in my specialized guide that doesn't follow the template like others do. You see what I'm saying? So that part I do actually kind of agree with you on, but I can't just throw it there. And it doesn't mean that the guide is not finished. It's just that's just the template. But I have an idea when it comes to that, and I will just make sure you bookmark the guide, so therefore you are notified when that hits. Can I show us where in the guide it talks about the nearest Heartseeker? Bro, I should actually put that somewhere. I should just put it in a change log every day. Update the guide. Heartseeker has been nerfed. Every day. Change log. Every day. I won't even say what got nerfed. I'll just say it got nerfed. And the next day, it got nerfed again. The next day, oh, it also got nerfed, just in case you were wondering. Totally got nerfed.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Better than start hammer sings on your return.
By the way, Mippy has a planner with a lot of explanations that can be helpful. Well, generally speaking, when he makes planners, generally, he's also like that. So he's, the difference there is that he only has the planner to show people. Like it isn't like if he's like, for instance, like his Heartseeker builds like that, he doesn't have a build on the website that already explains all the stuff. See what I'm saying? So he has to like, so he chooses to go and do notes in his planner. Whereas my planners are generally Maxroll based and there's a guide attached to it. So it's like, do I write the same things I do on the guide in the planner? Now, if I have like my own personal build, let's say, right? Then sure. He said, be mindful. Are malice and exploit the only skill affixes worth getting on an amulet? Well, I'm gonna mess with you again, and this will be the last time I mess with you. So, looking at the incomplete Heartseeker guide, the guide that's obviously not complete, right? Let's see here. Getting multiple passes on the amulet is really hard. Any other options? Bridge of Finesse, right? Is good. You can also do Weapon Mastery, but I mean, it's kind of meh. But if you can't get any passives, this is actually a good starter amulet for the most part. But yes, Frigid Finesse, also Weapon Mastery is okay. But like Weapon Mastery is like the fourth option for a passive. Like the fourth option. But if you get it, it's not bad. It's just there are better choices. If you can get the choices, that I think that's the going thing. They're not easy. All right, we're gonna do a few more, and then I think I'm gonna try to spec into some Barrage tonight. Maybe. Where's my Shaco? There it is. All right, let's go back to the original boots. Are these it? Actually, don't even know. Where did I put my boots at? Actually, like my good boots. I don't even know. I think these are it. I think. Because I know there was like another pair of boots I think I saved for something different. Yeah, see, like that's another one. But that's for a different setup. Probably just need to clean out my stash. That's probably the play, right? Okay, so now we can just go back to shared misery. And then yeah, just go. Are you rocking Dex in my rings? No. There's really no room for that, honestly. You know what? We're gonna switch gems. We're gonna go we're gonna throw on some topazes right now instead. Just cause. How do I set this up on PC? The way I do it is I shift left click to fire Heartseeker in the direction I want, and then I hit left click in a different direction. And like literally that is it. It sounds super simple, but it is pretty complicated to actually do quickly. Can't wait for you to acquire Andy and play it on stream. I'm having so much fun with the build. Equal to Heartseeker. You said like you mean fun factor equal to Heartseeker? Appreciate the follow. So you was hoping that that weapon mastery would be okay on the amulet. I mean, the differences between like all the passives and stuff like that you get. I mean, passives, don't get me wrong, they are multiplicative and like, you know, they're kind of like your bigger upgrades at the end of the day, right? But at the same time, at the end of the day, it's probably like getting one passive over another passive is gonna have very little impact on your actual clear times for speeds. It's not one of those things where it's like, oh, I can clear 10 tiers higher because I have exploit instead of frigid finesse or something, right? Like, it's not that at all. Like, nowhere near. Like, min-maxing the right passive on the amulet is kind of like the in-game min-max system kind of thing for the road. It's like your nice to haves is like the last, you know, icing on the cake type ordeal thing, but in no way, shape, or form are they going to make or break your normal runs, speed runs. And I've proven this actually on live stream, where I wore a completely jank amulet. We're talking about no passives, only 2 stats, not even masterwork, and still like did 3-minute 100s or whatever. Because it doesn't make that big of a difference. It's good, but it's not like, it's not detrimental to the build. If I haven't overseen it, could I link the attack speed breakpoint calculator? So I mean, we have the breakpoints on Maxroll, but you also got to remember that every skill has a different breakpoint. It's not like D3 where basically all skills kind of have like, you know, I won't say all skills, but most skills were under like a set of breakpoints in general. And D4, each skill has a different breakpoint. So like the formula is going to be a little bit different with each skill. So you have to go to our Maxroll website and go, you know, look at our attack speed mechanics guide by Ava. And he kind of shows you that there. Dodge Master, what's going on? Appreciate the prime. What would be the cap for lucky hit? There is no cap. Rocking Heartseeker now on PS5. I can't get past a pit 61. Lucky hit chance is 35 and vulnerable is 1,027. What should I add or change? Honestly, I'm gonna be that guy. Reference the Maxroll website. Check and triple check and double triple check and see if you got as much as you can. You know, to the guy. So like, if you're struggling on like a 61, you're definitely missing some things. Or there is an aspect or two, not being able to prop vulnerable, something. Cruise X, you said Heartseeker gameplay on the controller does not seem ideal at all. You want to be stutter stepping all the time with the controller? Not really, no. That's false. I stutter step all the time because I choose to. I want to. Right, I choose to because I like playing. I like to go dex gems and get hit less, and you know, kind of stroll through the rift like that. You do not have to stutter step at all for this. So what I'm doing is a legit choice, not a necessity. Are there benefits to stutter stepping? Sure. Do you have to do it? No. Nope. Am I using Vampiric Rage right now? Saw it on my buff bar. No, I'm not. World boss 12 minutes. Is it still 12 minutes for the world boss, or like 10 minutes, or?
Need more time.
'Cause
for pit pushing, you don't see it as a necessity. I mean, I would say against the boss it helps. Like against the boss it helps because you'll dodge things obviously more naturally, and you get hit less. But I mean, if you have GG gear, you don't care. You can legit just stand still, right? So I mean, you can literally just out tank it with very good gear. But if you're pushing, you probably have really good gear anyways, or decently good gear. So therefore you don't really have to. Like I said, it helps, but it's not a necessity. Like it's not gonna make or break whether you can play the build or not. Like I said, I do it purely out of preference. But I would never tell anyone that it's necessary or required, because it's not. Imagine if what I'm doing is required. You know, do you realize how many people would not be able to play the Heartseeker build, especially on console? Because you can't step like this on console. Like you just literally can't. Like, how unfair would that be? How like terrible would that be? How big of a damage difference is having +6 to Heartseeker and Pants instead of Abe? Depends on if you have a Shaker or not. Because there is diminishing returns each rank that you get. There is some diminishing returns. So like if you already have a Shaco, the difference between 6 and 8 is like very little. You're not gonna notice type little. I mean, do you want +8? Well, absolutely. Who wouldn't want more damage?
Shut up and take my money.
It's not.
Dodgermaster _ donated $5. Hello. I'm new
How's
to
that
the
service
game,
going on?
and I would like to know what should I do to have the Dark Shroud constantly on like yours. Thank you.
Hold up, man. Well, you didn't have to like give me the tip to or the dono for that. I appreciate it. But I totally would answer the question regardless. So basically, is this aspect here? It's called Umbrus. It basically gives me free Dark Shroud whenever I crit. Lucky hit crit. But yeah. I do it naturally since you meant ADC rule and League of Legends. Oh, well, yeah. Well, see, so for you, Cruz, for you, it's just a natural thing for you to do, right? Like, I'm in the same boat as you. I started that for over, a couple of decades now, going back to real-time strategy games and even played some Heroes of the Storm, in which I did that a lot too. There, Diablo 3 with multi-shot, I did that a lot there, right? So like, it's just kind of like, so like, I'm with you. Like, I'm totally. Can you see my glove? It's nothing special, really, honestly. But yeah, you can see it. So yeah, I'm with you. It's supernatural for me, but I wouldn't go as far as saying it's required by any means. It's definitely not required. It's just a tool that can help you do things better, I guess. But it's just not required. And just like you, I think it makes the gameplay fun too, in my opinion. Isn't cutting and shooting a bit easier on controller since you have a stick dedicated to movement? Oh yeah. Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, you can do that. But I'm just saying, I think on PC, if you're doing it like, let's say, quote unquote, orb walking, for example, like if you're doing it like orb walking in a sense, you have more control over your character in terms of like switching directions and stuff. It's hard to explain because I think a lot of people kind of look at it as like, how do I put it? Like you look at it as, I'm gonna keep that name. That's actually good for rapid fire. You look at it as, oh well, as long as I'm moving and shooting, I'm stutter stepping, which is technically correct, yes. But being able to change directions on the fly like where you're going on the fly at any given time, in my opinion, is quite invaluable for someone who wants to play glassy, because I can dodge things without just being forced to stutter step in one direction or just going forward or whatnot. Like I can do circular motions if I want to. Like I can stutter step around the target and change the directions at will. Yeah, you'll kind of like notice it more like as you watch me like play a bit, that if you notice I don't just step in one direction. Like I constantly change directions on the fly based on what I see. And like that is actually quite hard to do and to get used to. My topaz on weapons, was just kind of feeling it, honestly. It's really no actual difference, really. No tangible difference at all. It's just as good as sapphires. I guess want to change things up. Shaco acquired, nice. Very nice. Anyone familiar with Bash Maxroll guys? They're a bleed source in that build. Should be. If I'm not mistaken, it should be. Could I have the planner for this build you're currently running? It's the Maxroll build, or the build I put on Maxroll. So if you do !mark build, it's like legit there. However, I do run dex gems in the crossbow, but I mean that's just preference, not something you actually need to do. Nor do I recommend you do dex gems at all in your gear. Definitely do not recommend that at all. Although I guess let me hey chat, let me ask you a question. Out of curiosity, on the Heartseeker Maxroll guide or the planner, would you guys be interested in a? I think I might have a dioxide set up in there. Like, are you guys interested in like a content creator kind of like giving like their personal take on like the same build, even if the differences are like kind of small, like it's not like a big difference, but it's like, hey, I prefer to do this even though I'm not recommending it on Maxroll per se. Because like I get, those are things that get a little like interesting, because you don't want to like, I don't want to like forecast that I'm literally doing all dex gems, because people like look at it and like, oh, he's doing dex gems, that obviously must mean it's better, and then they're dying left and right and then wondering why, and it's like, well, you know what I mean, like, so like I just get a little like concerned about stuff like that. Gives more of an insight on how you play. All right. It looks like it's a massive massive yes amongst the Bruno says as long as you explain why. Okay. And give the setbacks for it. Okay, that's fair. How much vulnerable damage am I up to now? The same. I haven't gotten any upgrades, so nothing is different than what it was before. Yeah, or walking is super easy in D4 compared to Dota. The concept of it, yes, but however, it depends on like. Keep in mind, you are also attacking considerably faster in Diablo 4, so like being able to kind of upkeep that at that rate becomes a little bit more difficult. But in terms of like mechanically, I agree. It is harder in, let's say, Dota and League of Legends than D4 in terms of like the initial mechanics. I got all the stuff that I want to put in my whatchamacallit, but all right, we're gonna do a few more of this, and then we're gonna, I guess, build Barrage, maybe. Let's see if I can build Barrage. So I'll put it that way. If the game will let me, it's probably the best. Those wings go hard. They're nice. Usually I don't like wings in games like this, but this time I have 85% chance for Heartseeker Masterwork at 9. Should you just reset it? Well, when you continue to upgrade it to 12, that'll end up being like 90 something, right? 91, 92-ish, maybe roughly. Which for the most part, if you're just farming to kill things or whatnot, I mean that I think that's fine. Is a pure trap a viable playstyle? No, unfortunately. All right. Well, again, okay. Well, all right, guys. It looks like I've gotten a resounding yes from the crowd. So, all right. Well, I'll do that. Look for that within the next day or so. Doombringer not worth running on a melee rogue. I mean, I think Doombringer would help, especially since melee rogues have a hard time proccing Umbrus, because cutthroat skills can't proc Umbrus, so that makes playing the melee rogue right now very difficult. However, you do lose a lot of damage by going to Doombringer, so you have to just kind of weigh your options, right? Melee rogues are already hurting for damage, so losing damage in a slot doesn't really help the situation, but it doesn't help you survive, so there is that. You do 0 damage while dead. That's also true. But I mean, I guess in that case, you know, I think right now the masses, whether I agree with it or not, right? Whether I agree with it or not, you know, people are gonna always want to play something that's strong. So whether you're alive or dead, you still want to feel like you're you know, strong. Like for instance, Flurry is probably one of the tankiest, you know, rogue builds that you can play. But there's a reason why you don't see people play Flurry, right? Because yeah, sure, it's tanky. Sure, it's easier to stay alive with it. But, you know, is it really effective for what you want to do in the game? That's the question. I am people. You are people. Also, by the way, Picha, I've been following your videos or whatnot. I'm surprised you don't advertise that you actually like make videos of Grenade Rogue or whatever. Like you just quietly drop videos and don't say a word about it. I'm just like, bro, why you not telling us what you're doing, man? I gotta find out through like, you know, YouTube notification that you just dropped another video. And it's like, bruh. Is Yellowstone better than Bluestones? It's really the same thing. It's like less than 1% of a damage difference, really. One day I'll do Sapphires, the Bluestones. Different day I'll do the Yellowstones, the Topazes. How does things work on Maxroll? Is there build approvals or do you have to be hired to be able to make the builds, etc.? So Maxroll generally seeks you out. You can't really, I won't say you can't apply for a Maxroll because sometimes we do that. But generally speaking, Maxroll knows what it wants and it goes and it finds that need. So it's like, okay, Maxroll is like, okay, we need this. So what happens is the people who are on Maxroll or the higher ups or whatever you want to call them, they'll go look at content creators to see what they're doing and then they contact you. It's like, hey, we are such and such and looking for such and such. You know, you seem to fit the mode. You know, what do you think? Let's have a meeting sort of type of thing. It's kind of how that usually works. But you don't submit a build to Maxroll per se. See what I'm saying? Like, so like, it's not one of those things where it's like, hey, I have a cool build, you know, can I write this on Maxroll type thing? Right. Like that's not how that works. Cause WordPress, like learning WordPress and learning how we do things is a whole process in itself. Like it's a whole, like, it's not easy, to do like that stuff. So build guide writing is not like I put this together in game, look at how efficient, you know, effective this is. But also they also not only look at that, but they also look at your approach to guides and stuff like guide writing, because keep in mind what we do on Maxroll and what we do personally are two different things. Like there's a reason why, like a lot of times where like I'm usually kind of given free reign isn't really the right word for it, because we do checks and balances, right? Obviously, Rudy Joe reviews my stuff. I review Rudy Joe's stuff usually, kind of back. We go back and forth with that, right? Just make sure we don't miss anything. But there's a difference between a Maxroll creator being a min-maxer and being a tryhard, and who we serve. We serve the public. The public is like 95 or 98% casual players. So when we write a guide or we are doing guide writing and stuff like that, we're not thinking about how we would play the build or how I would play the build, right? I'm thinking about, okay, how do I make a very efficient and effective build that someone that, like a dad, right, that has 5 kids, working 3 jobs, that's never played D4 before, can look at the guide and execute and understand. That is the target market. I know that probably sounds really weird, but that is the target market. So when I write a guide, I'm not writing for me. I'm writing for everyone else. And as a teacher, that kind of makes it easy for me to understand that concept, because that's what I do in real life. Like, you know, I'm not giving my students information for myself, I'm giving it for them. I got to figure out how to project the information to get them to understand the content, because I already know the information. My job is to get them to know the information, right? So it's the same way in Maxroll. My job is to make sure that you guys can perform, not you guys, but like, you know, the general audience can perform said build or whatever. You see what I'm saying? That's why, like, let's say for instance, you know, I got questions on the Endorio stuff right now on Maxroll, right? Like, it's like, hey, you didn't do shadow, you know, shadow imbuement and whatnot. It's not that I wouldn't do that myself, but I do look at how that could maybe, I'm gonna say confuse things, but like smoke grenade is just an easier, more, it's just easier. You're not having to worry about, you know, your imbuing shadow, like, you know, wasting a shadow step on, you know, or an imbuement on shadow step or dash or whatnot, because you only have 2 charges. You can just kind of like be a little bit more worry free with that. Is shadow imbuement effective? Sure, it absolutely is. I completely agree. But when I'm looking at the bigger picture, the masses, you're already having to go back and forth between weaving between puncture and flurry and making sure you do that right. I don't want to add something that you don't necessarily have to do to be effective, but you can. It's an option, but you can. But if I have to look at the bigger pieces of masses, it'll be easier to perform without shadow imbue versus with shadow imbue. You see what I'm saying? So like, I gotta think about those things. So when we're writing for Maxroll, we look for that too as well, because that's important. Now, if I'm writing for myself, I think more people would hate my builds versus, well, I'm hating my builds, but like more people would be like, bro, I can't survive with your builds, man. I don't know how you do it. Like, bro, like I just crit for like a quadrillion, but like I walked to this portal right here. Like I walked to this portal and I died. I tripped over the portal and I died. So yeah, great DPS, but I can't even go from town to town without dying. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not what you would want for everyone else. You see what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I asked the question earlier, you know, about like putting my version out of something, like, you know, my preferred like preference version, because it's like, that's going to be more min-max or very, very min-max, very, very like, you know, the creator's vision of the build per se versus what I'm writing for everyone. Norton said, did I come up with the idea for this build? I'm not the only one that was theory crafting this build after PTR or during PTR. So I'm not the only one that was like putting together like planners and stuff like that, you know, as a theory or whatnot. Boazon was definitely one of the ones that definitely was actually like on the forefront of putting something like this together as well. So I would never take the credit for, you know, inventing this build, because there's no way to know who was the first person to ever put a planner together with this, right? I will say that I was the one who introduced it to Maxroll. So like I, you know, spoke to Woody Joe. I said, hey, what about this? You know, I was thinking about this, you know, on the back end. You know, what do you think of this? And so he looked at my planner and stuff like that, and he said, hey, that looks cool. So I said, okay, should I write it up on Maxroll? And he's like, yeah, sure, go do it. I had no idea it was gonna be the banger that it is right now. Like I knew it was gonna be like decent or whatever, but I didn't think it was gonna be like meta for real. So I didn't know that was gonna end up being that good, but I knew it had potential. But I did think that people like Bo probably thought, okay, yeah, it's really good. Like I think he probably thought it was gonna be better than I thought it was gonna be. But yeah, but I am responsible for bringing it to Maxroll and doing it early on Maxroll, but I'm not the creator. I didn't even invent that. There were several rogues that were also doing it too. and there's no way to discern who was the first, if that makes sense. That's like, can I use Undying in place of Concussive? I mean, you can, but I really wouldn't want to give up a damage aspect for Undying, honestly. More often, you can just probably just use Siphoning Strikes if you're playing up close for your recovery. But if you're using Share Misery, you're not really getting hit much, so you don't even really need Undying, to be honest with you. Which guide are we talking about? Any guide? Oh, I'm sorry, Heartseeker. Was that sick rose skin? Oh, this is the Ash Knight cosmetic set. You should put a guide for beginner level and a guide for intermediate and expert level. You know how long it would take to like do a separate guide for that though? That's why we kind of do variations for the most part. Like we might do like progression steps or whatever and whatnot. That's about as much as what we can do, but like a separate guide for all three isn't necessarily like wouldn't make sense, but it would be a lot more work on the build guide writers than it'll be worth. I didn't one tap it. Oh well. Mod die long mesh is better for Discord. I mean, I don't mind you posting it on Twitch. Yeah, I'll read it if I can. Vulnerable 100%, then we'll do more damage than Dex. Yeah, generally GA vulnerable would be better than GA Dex usually. Yeah, like Mippy. Yeah, Mippy. Yeah, we picked up Mippy, picked up Lucky. Lucky doesn't really do any rogue guides, but Mippy was super excited when he got onboarded to do rogue guides. Like super excited. Like he was coming in, we were all like chatting about like all kinds of various rogue stuff. So yeah, Mippy was a great pickup and definitely has made Woody Joe and I's lives a little bit easier because he's picking up guides that or whatnot. Because now that we have more specialized guides, like it's just a lot of work. Like it's funny because I gave away a guide. Like I gave away the pin shot guide to Mippy to take over, but now I created 2 new guides. Now I got the Heartseeker and the Andarios on top of the rapid fire Barrage and Flurry. And it's kind of like, well, why? It's like, wow. You know what I'm saying? It's like the point was to lessen the workload, not add on a workload in a sense. Where do you take the point out to put into siphoning straight? To be honest with you, I don't know because it's been this way for a while, so I don't know where I got that point from. I mean, I think probably stutter step, maybe. Actually, no. I'm using the Shaco, so no. It just is. Yeah, close. Yeah, basically everything I would want, I already have. Like maxed out too. Yeah, but if you had to remove a point, I'd probably remove one from stutter step. For the siphoning. Wait, which Andarios? The Endorios puncture. Is my adaptability maxed out? It is. I would hope so. With how many times I've been have been doing, or how many hours I play during stream. Maybe got me D4 General Sauce Poison TB build and bought the game. Dang, dude. So you were like, Mippy's guys, I'm using this pen shot, but it's been fun. I had to really like put. I remember like when Mippy was when I was speaking with Mippy about guide writing or whatnot. I remember. And I think I could tell the story. I don't think he would be upset for me to tell the story, but I know back in the day, especially in the Sanctuary Discord, there was always kind of like this animosity towards Maxroll guides in general, and there's like a certain subsection of individuals that was kind of saying like, oh yeah, definitely don't follow the Maxroll guide because, you know, it's not as min-maxed, or, you know, why would you take this option over that option, right? And I think when I was explaining to Mippy, because he was asking me, he's like, hey, so what should I do with, you know, the pen shot guy? You know, what can I change, what not? I'm like, you can do whatever you want. I mean, we will review it at the end of the day, obviously, but you know, we hired, you know, you're here to write whatever you want, or to write what you feel is going to be the best version of that guide. But I said, but you need to also be careful and that you're writing for the masses and not for yourself. So while you are writing the best version of whatever it is that you feel should be the case, you also got to remember, what does it feel like for people to play your guide and to follow your guide? And oftentimes, I think when I was explaining to him how it, you know, how we look at it and how it worked, I think he had a new respect on how we did on our guides, per se, versus where, you know, we used to get bashed for it in the Sanctuary Discord or whatnot. And this reminder is like, no, like, we're making guides for people, for everyone else, not necessarily ourselves. We have our own personal stuff, but we're making it for everyone else. And so I think Mippy even kind of like, you know, was saying, hey, you know, that makes sense now. Now I understand why, you know, maybe, you know, you might have taken this defensive option instead of this offensive option or whatnot. I'm like, yeah, because, you know, sure, you might deal 5% more damage, but at a cost of you know, 30% of your life. Is it really worth it for the casual player? Well, no, it's not. They're not going to notice that they lost 5% damage, but what they will notice is that they lost 30% life because they're dying more often, right? So like you gotta think about like the trade-offs there, especially in Paragon board and stuff. But yeah. Streamer from last epoch, Haze Maxroll. Well, to be quite honest with you, you're never really doing it right unless you have some haters, right? Everybody can't like what you're doing, and if they do, then you're just not big enough. You're not growing enough to the point where there's enough people to not like what you're doing, right? So I wouldn't be surprised. Right. Hey man, you told me Luca was a lock. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Dallas is definitely in trouble right now. I don't know, man. But yeah, Seraph. Yeah, like I said, like yeah, you know, if you don't have haters, then you're not doing well enough for the most part. I get people who come in here. I had 2 people come in here who got triggered, who's upset because I'm using poison trap in this build. Like legit triggered as a first response. When are you gonna change to concealment? And I'm like, I'm not. For these speedruns, I'm not. I'm just not gonna do so. But everyone else did. Okay. I like poison trap. Is that a problem? Like, but there are people who come in who are so triggered. It's like, I can't stand this guy. His 6 skill is different than mine. I just can't stand this creator. And that's fine. That is totally fine. That's totally fine with me. I think it's funny that it's like, oh man, he plays different than you. How dare him? Right? But it's like, but yeah, like yeah, it's just like it's just kind of weird that it's like a 6 skill that makes very little to difference in like the speed farming aspects of things, right? It's so triggering to someone else. Me using the crossbow triggers people over using the bow. Why are you using the crossbow for? Because I want to. That's why. Because I feel like it. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but you know the guy who did X clear on the pits or whatever, he's using the bow. I'm like, yeah, he did use a bow. And like, it's kind of funny because then Mippy did a 134 with a crossbow, and it's just like, oh, by the way, crossbows are actually fine because they've always been fine. You know what I'm saying? But it's like people can't fathom that, hey, maybe there's more than one way of doing something. Especially in Heartseeker, where you have so many different ways you can do things. Yeah, I think it's hilarious. Yeah. Or has Maxroll been super lagging? I had some issues with it earlier today myself, yes. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Docs out on the guide. It says click on planner for variants. I can't find that. Help please. So you know the planner that you look at, like with the gear and like the like the paper doll, like the paper doll with the gear and the skills are like that. You just left click on that. Like that's what the planner is. Crossbow is way cheaper, so it makes sense. Well, yeah, from a value proposition, yeah, it really is. So if I was really into trading, trying to get like the best crossbow possible, it'd be way cheaper to do it with a crossbow than a bow. And my DPS will be even better in that sense because I'd be able to get a better stat bow, I guess, or stat crossbow than like a bow in that sense. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but what period tit is this? 105. Yeah. I think 105 is like my comfort zone at the moment. It's like, it still speeds, but I have to kind of still pay attention Um, so like I can die if I don't pay attention. Whereas like 100s, things die too fast, and there's not enough resistance to kind of keep me interested. Farming. It's not the most, again, it's not the most efficient, right? Obviously, you know, doing, you know, one-on-ones will probably be a little bit more efficient in a sense, but you know, fun factor, I like doing the 105s. In fact, actually, let's go to 109. 109. Why? Just cause. What level do you need to start fishing? I don't know. I haven't reached it yet. The highest I've done so far was a 123, but that wasn't a fish. So I honestly don't know. I would probably, my gear level like 125, of what, 126 maybe, 127 is where I'd have to like be like, all right, it's time for me to like really fish for a clear. But I don't really like pushing or fishing really. Love using the crossbow on yours. I just like the way it sounds. Like, I like the way the crossbow sounds. Like, that's legit the primary reason why I'm using crossbow. Actually, I might stick to the 109s. I feel like I'm not really struggling. But they're still lasting long enough for me to pay attention. Kind of. How does Andoria's life still works? Does it count for dots? I think it's on hit. I don't think the life still works on that. I mean, I could be wrong. But there is no cap to the healing though. I will say that. I totally messed up like combo twice here. See, like I had to pay attention because I didn't. I made him unstoppable. Whereas I wouldn't have cared in like a 100 because I would have just been able to just brute force him down. Dead end. Yep. Dead end. Appreciate the follow. I could have did this better. What's the amount of health do you need to push high pits? There is no like magic health number for that. Like, there's not like a magic threshold where it's like, okay, I now have, you know, 46,354 health. I can now push high tier piss and survive everything. Right? It's definitely not that at all. In fact, I would almost argue more so your sustain. Like having a lot of health is important too, but your sustain and kind of understanding the elite fixes and when you actually need to move from standing still is way more important than the amount of health you have. As well as obviously fishing, like fishing for the better mob, the easier mob type, or whatnot. Hope and pray to God that you don't get bad at elite fixes or whatever. But like, let's say if you're a barb, it doesn't really matter. You don't die. Barbs don't die. Or Sork, as long as you have the infinite flame shield, you don't really care about your HP really, because you're immortal anyway. But do you have a way to see your current setup, or do you have a plan that you constantly update consistently? So Josh, if you look into the description of the YouTube live stream, like the actual description, I have the build and the planner there. Bone Spirit is still viable in game too, especially for farming. Does having high attack speed allow you to stutter step more easily? I wouldn't say more easily, but I mean, it feels better to have more attack speed for me. But I wouldn't say it's easy, because you know, to stutter step at the attack speed is not easy to do. So like the more attack speed you have, the harder it is to actually like maintain it without losing damage. Because you can stutter step below your attack speed and therefore you're losing damage, and you definitely don't want that. Just wondering where he was at on reveal day. Well, I'm starting to take Sundays off as like my me day, and also have other things I need to get done. I had to write some music for, or just get started on writing the percussion book for one of the schools I work for. Also need to finish the Andario's Rogue Guide as well, and I wasn't gonna be able to do that if I was streaming last night, so I was trying to be responsible and also kind of keep, you know, part of my day off, I guess. I didn't know they were gonna do like a reveal like that yesterday. You've heard many people say dodge is useless. I disagree with that. What exactly do you want me to explain though? I guess is my question. Like, I mean, a formula is a formula, right? At the end of the day, like, but in terms of like its effectiveness, would I take dodge? Absolutely. Josh said, awesome, thanks, New Year. Yeah, can we see you do a 124? At some point maybe. Not right now though. Because even though I don't have to fish for the rift for it, I mean 124 is still like I don't have to worry about the type of map or the mob type still for it. I do still have to worry about the boss. So if I get like I call him sharpshooter. If I get sharpshooter or I get Bramble, then I have to reset. And I just don't find that fun. Like, do you want to see me get to the boss and be like, oh, wrong boss, redo, sort of thing? Now, if we get like Malice in the first try, then yeah, sure. But, I just don't think that, like, for me, like, that's just not fun. And then people are gonna be asking on the stream, oh, why did you leave the pit? Wrong boss. Like, what do you mean by wrong boss? It's like, you can't kill that boss in time. You just can't. Well, why not? Well, see, bosses are not balanced, and this is just traditional pit pushing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, I mean, that kind of stuff. I mean, if people are interested in stuff like that, like Makuna does that all day, every day. Rob does that all day, every day. Like that's the stream if you want to see someone like spend 4 or 5 hours trying to find the right boss to clear. But I just don't like that kind of stuff, to be honest with you, in this game. Like, I don't find that fun. The whole point of seeing how strong you are is to see how strong I am. If I have to skip things and, like, you know, say up, nope, bad things, bad elite fixes, bad map, bad boss, then am I really seeing my character's potential? See what I'm saying? Like, or am I just trying to get the best case scenario for my super strong character? What's the point of having a super strong character if I have to nitpick my scenario to see how good my character is? That just seems really weird. That's like going to like a martial arts tournament, right? And it's like, oh man, you know, I've mastered this style or whatever, right? But then like you go, oh, I don't want to fight that opponent because that person's martial art counters my martial art. Oh, well, now I'm gonna skip that guy because he has more experience than I do. And then you're just like, oh, but oh yeah, that 5-year-old who's like a blue belt, oh yeah, I want to fight him. And I want to show him how good I am. And you know how many years I spent being an expert at my martial arts. Yeah, that 5-year-old, whatever like that I just got matched against. Oh yeah, that's who I want. And then you beat the 5-year-old and you're like, yes, I did it. Right? Like that's the gratification right now. Get shit on Billy. You see what I'm saying? Like that's pit. That's pit. That's exactly what pushing pit is. You're trying to find the easiest situation you possibly can that your super OP character can clear. It's the same thing as nitpicking any other competitive thing, which is why people don't look at Diablo 4 in a serious manner in terms of competitive play, because no one ever does that. You don't dodge teams in sports. You don't dodge teams in like, you know, League of Legends, you know, of like that, or you don't dodge teams in, you know, the Overwatch team. No, you play. Just because they have a better, you know, just because they counter your composition doesn't mean you quit and you start over. You know what I'm saying? Like, But that's exactly what pit pushing is. So I just don't get that satisfaction of, oh, I got Spirit Caller, I'm gonna be able to clear. Like, yeah, okay, that's great, but what if I didn't get Spirit Caller? Oh, well, you won't clear. Okay, well, that just, then my build obviously can't handle all the situations. I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about getting the easiest scenario and then saying I did it. But that's just me though. But I also played, you know, professionally before, like, you know, in esports. So like, I have a different mindset. So I don't have the same gratification that, let's say, some of the others who like doing it does. I just don't get that same feeling. But I do understand that that's the only thing left to do in the game, is that, like, you get your gear, that's the only thing left at the high end, right? So I get why people do it, but like, if I really want to be competitive, or if I really want to, like, you know, do stuff like that, I'll just play a different game that's designed to be competitive. I agree. It's like driving a Lambo and wanting to drag race the guy in the Ford Fiesta. Yeah, exactly. And then you feel good about beating the guy with the Ford Fiesta, right? You just like, get wrecked, right? Get wrecked, son. I mean, this isn't to say that you're not a good driver, you know, or that, you know, you wouldn't have beaten somebody, you know, with a better car at some, you know, or a better car than the Ford Fiesta, obviously. But you're not doing yourself any favors by beating up on the Ford Fiesta, you know, got the Ford Fiesta, right? Yeah, what am I doing? I'm like playing bad right now. That was awful. Like, that was an awful sequence just now. That was terrible. That's me not paying attention. That's what happens. All right, you guys are dying. First try. Get that combo there. Yeah, look at that. Much easier. Some people feel like that's an accomplishment. There are other people that real money trade in Diablo 4 probably. Well, that's the other thing about it too. Like, if you're paying real money to have a better shot at getting a higher tier clear than someone else while fishing, I mean, I'm not judging by any means, but I can never see myself in that similar, you know, situation, nor can I ever see that or feel that that's an accomplishment. But again, personal preference, personal thing, right? To them, my opinion doesn't matter, right? I think everyone has to find their own thing that makes them happy in the game. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. I honestly wish pit pushing. Sorry, I wish I enjoyed pit pushing a lot more. I don't want to not enjoy it. I don't purposely not enjoy it. What's my lucky hit chance at the moment? 47% without the elixir. I don't understand that. Why would I go against a TOS and pay real money for a season? That gear's gonna be useless in 90 days when the gear I can be got. I mean, superiority complex, ego, the feeling of feeling like you're better than someone else. You have better things than someone else. I don't agree necessarily with any of it, obviously, but there are people out there that, even if they didn't, farm it, if they bought it, they feel better. And it's like, oh, well, I have better gear than you do. Doesn't matter how they acquired it. The fact that they have it makes them feel like, that, they're in a different league than other people, in a sense. And then there are some people who just want to have the best thing possible, right? Well, if the best gear possible is only through real money trading, then, well, I'm going to do that. That's a mindset that some people actually have too as well, right? So, and so our part's also true, but to me, it's a waste of money. I'm playing a video game that I'm wasting time, not saving time. Well, it depends on how you look at it. If you're buying gear, right, then you're not farming it, right? So you're not spending the time to grind for the gear. You might be spending your time working, right? So if you're spending your time working versus grinding the gear, then technically speaking, you are saving money, just in a different way, right? So maybe you earn more than the money you spent on the gear that you bought. So for them, that might be worth it. Whereas like, okay, well, I could have sat home 10 hours today and try to grind my gear, or I could have worked for that 10 hours and just bought that gear. You see what I'm saying? So like, again, I'm not saying I agree. I'm not saying I would go that route, but I'm saying for some people that mindset works. Now it could be, that gear could be useless at the end of the season. Sure, it is. But for them, that's their gratification. Right? It's useful for what? 3 months? I mean, we as a society, I mean, we'll sit there and run up a, $70, $80 bar tab for how many hours of fun? You see what I'm saying? You wake up the next morning, that was useless. Technically it was useless. Right? You don't get to keep the buzz for 4 or 5 months. You only keep the buzz or whatever for what, a couple of hours, but you spent $80 to do it. So I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just trying to get people to see that while I may agree or disagree with how you choose to spend your money, I can understand why you do it. Like, it's different for different people, right? I will never spend money on gear, like real money on gear. I won't. But for someone else, they might find that valuable for 3 months, for a season, and that's their form of entertainment. That's what they get out of it, and it's just like, okay. You see what I'm saying? So. So like I think that's the thing. So like I understand it. I may not agree, but I understand why people do. Why people might make that decision or do that. Or spend money on like digital goods or whatever, right? I call it digital goods, but you get what I'm saying. So I'm justifying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Does that make sense though? Like now, don't get me wrong. I would absolutely pay $70. I would definitely run up a $70 bar tab versus, for a couple of hours of a good time versus, $70 for 3 months of digital, goodness or whatever. But that's a choice. I choose to do that, right? Oh yeah, the items still go to you on your Eternal Realm, yes. But there's also a risk of whatever you bought, you know, being taken away from you, or your account being banned for participating in real money trading. So, I mean, you may not even have an account anymore for doing that. So I mean, there is risk obviously involved. House B, what's going on, man? You said you got baited. Dude, and the Andy's build is nice, man. It's garbage. What's wrong? What's wrong with it? If I switch to crossbow, would it be beneficial to switch my daggers to swords also? No. Nope. It does not matter if you have daggers or swords at all whatsoever, no matter which two-handed weapon you choose. You say zooming 100s in 3 minutes with Andes? Yeah, that sounds about right. Then no, you're not. I mean, there's videos of the originator of the build actually doing exactly that. God, I'm playing bad right now. Like I'm literally playing bad. But there is a reason why like I went the route that I did on Maxroll with that, because I can understand that like if not played well or approached well, it can be, you know, you may not be able to get the results you're looking for. So I try to go with the more quality of life setup. So therefore it's kind of, it's a little easier to execute. Is there any instance where vulnerable was better over crit chance on Heartseeker rings? I mean, if you, I mean, they're both important stats in general because they both, you know, crit chance allows you to proc Umbrus more often, which is defense, but it also allows you to crit more often, which your victimized damage is based off of. You know, at least in the high end, right? When you crit, your victimized also gets that damage bonus, yeah. So like vulnerable damage obviously is, you know, scales with victimized, so you just deal more damage. So I mean, essentially, I mean, it's a trade-off more so than anything else. If you would rather just do vulnerable damage than create chance on the ring, then sure, you can do that. Like, it's not gonna make an actual difference in your clear. So I mean, if that's the route you want to go, you can. I'm gonna take it down to 105s though. 109s is actually not that bad, but I think if I get like a pretty awful map, it'd be a bit challenging versus like a good map, which is like a 4-minute clear. And I have to actually like Nick Riley, what's going on? Is a 10.7 lucky hit 5 Frigid, 3 Malice, a GG amulet.
I'm carrying too much.
Are you asking me after you rolled that? He's like, it sounds like you know what you were trying to get, right? Obviously, no exploit, but Frigid is also extremely good. So it's like you knew what you were getting, right? Do you really want me to verify for you that that's a really good amulet or what? Because it seems like you knew what you were doing. Otherwise, you wouldn't have, spend all that gold and resources rolling for it. But I mean, yeah. I mean, I would say that's a really good amulet.
My hammer sings on your return.
Just the best you have found. Are you gonna really find better? I mean, a triple passive would be better, but like, good luck. Malice exploit, Frigid finesse would be like the absolute best you can do. But that's like winning the lottery. So,
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
is there any other Uber than a helmet that's good for the rogue build on Maxroll? Which rogue build? You said the rogue build, but there's several. Which one are you referring to?
Can't afford that.
Can't wait for the D4, the buff eagle horn. I mean, they can increase its value for salvage, like its salvage value, or gold, gold sell value. Crossbow is better than bow. I mean, no, it's the same basically. You either hit harder or you shoot faster. So it's a preference. Heartseeker? Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, when you say the rogue build on Maxroll, I can't assume you're just talking about Heartseeker. Especially like Andy's just came up. Right? So but Heartseeker, I mean, no, just Shaco. I mean, you can go Godslayer instead of Shaco. That works for speeds too as well. But that's about it. It's a good leveling build for rogue. Barrage. Do I have a link to the enemy build? Not a direct link, but if you want to go to Maxroll, go to the Maxroll D4 branch. It's like at the very, it's like stares you straight in the face. Very ton. Also, Barrison, don't brick your bow though. I just read your message up. I had to scroll up. How's the sword doing? That's actually a good question. I haven't done anything with the sword since was it Saturday? So you didn't realize it was a puncture build? What? It's Andy's, but I call it Andariel's because not everyone knows what Andy is. So when I think about Maxroll, not everyone knows what Andy is. Andy's the short term. Like, people would know what Andariel's helm is, but that's why I call it Andariel's puncture versus Andy's puncture. Yeah, I need to ask something. How does Lucky hit CC? How's Lucky CC work? Can farmer CC mobs? Or at some point, no, they become immune. So they become unstoppable after a certain amount of like CC applied to them over a set amount of time. And then eventually, after not applying certain CCs to them over a certain amount of time, they go from being unstoppable back to regular, quote unquote. So yeah, right now, especially with the way the season 4 is designed and all these utilities, you are going to CC immune them, or you're going to make them unstoppable at some point quickly. So the idea is to kill them before they become unstoppable or whatever. So you think share misery plus exploit aspects would be a good synergy just because they become unstoppable? Exploiters, problem is that if you wear exploiters, you have to give up a DPS aspect for which you would want before they're unstoppable, if that makes sense. So you can go exploiters, but generally speaking, you should be able, like for speeds or whatever, you should be able to kill them before they become unstoppable. Usually, if you don't, generally it's because like your combo got messed up or something, and you just couldn't get the hits off right. Either was going on. You said, I hope I'm having a good night. It's been pretty decent for sure. Although I'm looking for random arrows for fun. The only build is Maxroll from last season. Am I planning to create a build for it? Nah. It's just not worth right now. Sorry. It just isn't. Like we've theory crafted for a bit and Woody just took it off of Maxroll. He just like, yeah, I just don't think it's really worth trying to put it together because any random arrows build is just gonna be a core skill that you spam to get random arrows cooldown off cooldown. So then it's really not even a random arrows build to begin with. And then when you do shoot random arrows, it feels like negative damage for the most part. So it's just really not worth. Good evening, Dustin. I try Heartseeker, but feel Twisting Blaze more clear area. I would say for speed farming, I mean, you can probably get more. You can probably get more hits in like earlier on as you're leveling, but like a tricked out Heartseeker build versus a tricked out Twisting Blaze build, it's not. It's like not even close. But with Heartseeker, you do have to have the necessary stats for it to work out. Whereas Twisting Blaze, you can actually kind of get decent clear with very minimal gear or gear that isn't really that great. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some to drink. All right. talking me into switching it to crossbow. I mean, you know, like I'm not trying to. I mean, if you like a bow, stick with bow. Like there really isn't any like, you know. I guess it's just up to you. Like if you like it better, sure. If not, for sure, you know, stick with your bow. How does Puncture match up to Heartseeker? I feel like a little change of pace was looking at the Andes build. So for regular content, like if you're doing like, you know, farming, speed farming, anywhere, whatnot, it's neck and neck with Heartseeker in terms of speed farming in a sense. I would say Heartseeker is probably slightly better for speed farming. But not like a difference where it's like, oh, you know, I have to play this over that. I will say the difference starts to really show itself when you're looking at like high tier pit pushing or whatever. So like, let's say you want to do like you want to do like a 125 or 130. It's just not possible with Andorio's Puncture at the moment. It just isn't. However, in my opinion, I think that shouldn't matter because honestly, how many people are really going to be trying to do that type of content? Who's really trying to spend that time fishing and trying to push like that? Very, very few people are in the market of doing that. So I would say for the majority of people, Andario's Puncture is a very good build to play. Alternative to play the Heartseeker that is very effective for the content that they're going to play, if that makes sense. I was trying to say that as what is considered speed, or if we're talking about pit, you're looking at like 3 to 4 minutes basically. So any pit tier that you can clear within 3 to 4 minutes. All right, so we're gonna mess with something else right now. We're gonna actually do some blaze shift, and this is gonna be really interesting because I'm gonna try to see if I can do it with Temerity, but the problem with Temerity obviously is that, well, I lose lots of blaze shift ranks, obviously, so that's the issue with Temerity. But I haven't tried Temerity yet, so I'm going to try it with Temerity, see how I really feel about it. What did we lose here? Was it Share Misery? Yeah, we lost Share Misery, so we'll run Share Misery here. Since we can't use Umbrus. Okay. And then Siphoning Strikes here. Probably should try to do Undying, but I don't know. We still have to do Dark Shroud, but I just can't proc it like I normally would be able to. That's about it. Okay, I also gotta get used to the buttons and stuff with this too. And I probably should not do Dex gems, but we'll see. We'll just YOLO it. And generally speaking, I would want a different bow or crossbow, like elements or whatever, like a elemental surge type ordeal. But this is budget. So we're gonna just roll with this. What's a good level to try to clear? Maybe try initially. Let's just see how 80 feels. Well, this is 79. We'll go on one under. I feel like this is not gonna go well, but we'll see. The season's boring for Rogue because there's only one build. I mean, no, Andy's and Dario's puncture Rogue is really good. Rapid Fire would be better if it just didn't feel awful.
I'm not ready.
There we go. Just gotta keep my God, that hurts.
Need more time.
Man, those snakes hurt.
I'm not ready.
I knew that was gonna go bad. I knew it was gonna go bad before I even did it. I looked at it, I'm like, you know what? YOLO. And I went for it. And I don't regret it. But I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, that was gonna happen. You know what? We're gonna do it again.
Need more time.
Come on, live. Okay, we lived. Kind of.
I need more time.
God, that hurt. Yeah. Not have it, man. Aw, gear broken. Nah, maybe. My gear is broken. Ain't no way. It's hard for me to survive with my gear not being broken. That's so unfortunate, man.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
We're gonna go again though. I keep reason I asked about thorns because I pulled 2 razor plates in 5 minutes. Nah, there's nothing you can do on rogue with that. I can't even. I'm having a hard time even with temerity. Yeah. All right. I figure I will at least give Temerity a shot. Not even with Temerity. If you just don't have Umbrus, you're get screwed. It's just off, like it's off because it's so much fun. No, Blade Shift is not clunky at all. It's fun. Literally, I'm just like shifting through all the enemies. I'm never stuck. I can just literally just keep stabbing and going. It's not, for me, it's not clunky at all. It's just surviving is the issue. Not being able to proc Dark Shroud or whatever. That's the problem. Like legitimately, that's the issue. I think it's very unfortunate that Rogues is basically like it's a do or die with that aspect. Now I guarantee you, I throw on Puncture, I don't have any issues at all. Like if I do the exact same thing but with Puncture and Umbrus, I would not run into that issue at all. This issue whatsoever. Doing the exact same thing. Because, you know, Umbrus. What else was there? I was gonna do. I think that's it. I was surviving better with Yins. Yeah, I was. What your ideal Flurry build for Rogue? I mean, I have one on Maxroll, but that's more of a fun thing. And like you're definitely not trying to push with that. But in terms of like speed farming, is actually like really this specifically for, you know, not doing challenging content per se. I would say like a grenade rogue would do better. If you're trying to do like a flurry based thing, but then again, it's really not flurry at that point. It's more so like just using flurry to do the thing. What I don't like about rogues is the necessary scrolling. What do you mean? What do you mean scrolling? I assume you have Undying, right? I didn't have Undying, but I really don't think that that's gonna make a difference. But I can try.
How may I help you?
I have Siphoning Strikes, and I'm attacking really fast. But here's the thing.
May your road be filled with wonders.
We're gonna also like remove Dex gems, but now we're gonna get to a point where we just won't deal much damage because we have to go so far one direction that we just can't. Just peel this off real quick.
Fashion this into something.
Spam clicking your mouse one button, basically. I mean, you can literally just hold down the button if you want. Fingers are not made. Was not made to hold down a left click. I mean, you can technically play Heartseeker literally by just holding down left click if you wanted. You can play Andariel's the same way, somewhat. You do have to weave between left click and right click a little bit, like once every 3 seconds, but that's really not that bad. Basic damage gems not vulnerable. I promise you, there's not any sort of like, you know, big revolution that happened. It's literally really the same damage, really. It's just a different tone of color gems. There's no like new discovery that that you're missing out on. Promise you. Is 1121% vulnerable okay for Heartseeker? It's not bad. It's a decent start. Bruh, that lunatic blew up through my shield with rubies in my gear. All because my Dark Shroud was down.
Need more time.
On a 79. So just want to put that into perspective there.
Need more time.
But not having share misery does kind of help, but does kind of hurt.
I'm not ready.
Oh man.
I'm not ready yet. Need more time.
Maybe I just evade more often. I mean, I lose a lot of damage from evading a lot. But maybe I have to just kind of like evade through a lot.
I've no potion.
Oof. Does that ignore the small packs? But the problem is if I go straight for the elites and my Dark Shroud is on cooldown, I'm like done. So oftentimes I might, you know, kill a couple of things here and there until my cooldown of Dark Shroud comes back.
Need more time. I'm not ready yet. I've no potion.
They're actually doing better with Share Misery because I mean I think they're at least CC'd longer. So even though I have Undying, they were CC'd quicker and I was able to get hit less, despite having less healing. Quote unquote. I think a Doombringer will be going this. Probably, I think Doombringer. Yeah, Doombringer might be the play. Honestly, I just don't like the idea of losing more damage on a build that also doesn't really have much damage to begin with. Does the wings make you play better? I don't know. Does it? But it's unfortunate because I actually really like playing Blade Shift. I really do. Where's that cowboy hat skin come from? Season 3, I think. Season 3 Battle Pass. I think the wings make it harder to move through enemies. I don't know. I'm gonna keep coming back to this because I wanna play it. I wanna play it. So I want to try to figure out a way to make it work. There's got to be something. Maybe I have to wait till like the mid-season patch or something. Because maybe they realize, oh wow, Rogue is either do or die on this whole it's just so death, man. Ugh. Do I have a Doombringer? No. I do not have a Doombringer. I don't have random Uber uniques kind of just sitting around, unfortunately. What's your bow aspect? Moonrise. Well, those two elite packs actually worked out, but now I got a 14-second cooldown. I think I have an idea though.
It needs time to recharge.
I might need new rings though for this.
Need more time.
Like if I can get Dark Shroud cooldown reduction on rings, then I might be able to pull off I have Dark Shroud up per elite attack, so or per elite pack, and that might be just enough for me to kind of finagle my way through. Do I use mouse with a move? No, I don't. Thank you, Dowside. I'm using the Barrage build level up. Oh yeah, it's a Barrage is a very good leveling build. So use basic skill with shift? Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of weird. It feels really weird for me because I usually don't like doing it this way. Or it's different than the way I do with
Need more time.
So traditionally, I would want to get a different bow that I can get elemental surge on, just for some additional damage. You definitely don't want to keep. I guess this is just a how do you call it? Do I know if because Thorn's damage is considered basic damage? No, it's not. Lucky let this on. Trying to think of what else can I do. Okay, I just want to look at something. You, sir, show me something.
Nails. What do you need?
There's 4 options in this, really? Wait, so if I get Dark Shroud reduction 2 pieces, let's just say I happen to nail it, which obviously we know that's not gonna happen, but let's say I nail it, I get Dark Shroud cooldown reduction on 2 pieces. We're looking at what, 40% maximum value on unupgraded. Right, so we're looking at maybe, I don't know, 50-ish, 60-ish percent, like fully masterworks or whatever. I already have a cooldown of 17.97, so you can use Hectic. Considering how often I use cow traps and smoke grenade, I feel like Hectic is gonna kind of get in the way. I've heard anything about Storm's will aspect not working correctly for Rogue. That's been reported. It's been reported. So I can tell you that much. Can I play NBA YoungBoys tracks sometimes? They're my nursery rhymes. I have like 2 tracks, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like in my playlist at some point. Is a DLC worth to buy? Yes. Any thoughts about possibly adding this spinning aspect to Heartseeker build? I have intercom on my build, but I don't feel like I stand still long enough for it to be maximally beneficial. I mean, the other thing I think honestly is just elements. At that point, elements would probably be more beneficial than smitting or smiting, to be honest with you. You could try it. It won't cost you much of anything to try it. Do I want to buy 4GA pen grease? I actually already have one. I actually already have a pair. All right, so that's not gonna work out the way I think is where I was hoping it would. I have to get very lucky to roll what I want to roll on those rings. Like very lucky. And even then, like I will almost have to like masterwork. Like masterwork it. Yeah, this is way more life than I really want to have. But I don't have a choice on with Blade Shift right now. Yeah. I know it's weird to see rubies in my armor. I know I know it's blasphemy. I get it. I guess we could try though. I mean, I don't really know. I still need chances to make enemies vulnerable though. Actually, I don't know. I think Blaze Shift has a harder time making things vulnerable. Even with the chance to make enemies vulnerable, because I'm only hitting one target at a time. Whereas with Heartseeker, like there's like a bunch of bouncing around and stuff. So I'm almost thinking maybe a Cursed Touch would make more sense here. Or maybe Blast Trappers. Let's try Blast Trappers actually. Because I mean, now I think about it, it's like I don't really get. I mean, until I kill a target, I'm not getting any vulnerable at all, and I'm hitting like one target at a time. that could help with some things. Heartseeker Rogue only benefit only from physical damage on element aspect. Yes. You thinking about swapping it for intercom? You can if you stand still long enough. Then yeah, sure. You think that would help with Dark Shroud? I mean, it would, but I also have 3 other cooldown skills I use quite often. That's the problem. So it's like Hectic randomly chooses, right? What's opinion on a Curse Touch with ring with lucky hit chance making it vulnerable? You don't want both. There's no reason. That's like an overkill for that. Hey, I kind of like that. Two exploit on are better than 3 malice. I would take the 3 malice over the 2 exploit, honestly, myself. But I mean, it's so close. I mean, try a Curse Touch. I mean, Blast Trappers does what a Curse Touch does basically, except I actually get damage with Blast Trappers. Even if it is not that much. Whoa, wait, whoa. Yo, Mika or somebody, can someone clip that engagement that I just had? Someone clip it. Clip it and post it, like real quick.
I'm not ready yet.
Whoops, I hurt.
Need more time.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, Mika. That's what I was saying. I'm like, wait a minute, what? That's why I was like, someone clip that because... And it's a yellow number, so it's not victimized. And it's not the Blaze Shift. I don't think Blaze Shift can hit that high. We might have found something. I don't know. That's why I really want to see that again. And Dario's on this build using +4 Blaze Shift and Umbrus. Well, you can't use Umbrus. That's the problem. Like if I can use Umbrus on Blaze Shift, I would have 0 issues with this. The problem is that you can't use Umbrus with Blaze Shift because Umbrus only procs with marksman skills. if I could use Umbers for blade shifts, I would have been did a YouTube video on this. Like a week and a half ago. Trust me. People would have loved to be able to see, you know, kind of have like an actual cutthroat melee type build thing going on. All right, we're gonna watch this. Well, what is that? That's weird. Okay, let's not do that. Is it like an autoplay YouTube thing or something? I don't know. All right, so let's man capture. Okay. It goes here, right? Like around here. Let's see. Wait, hold on. What I can see it down here? Really? It's like messing up now. Hold on, what's that? Page unresponsive, really? Wow, thanks. Thanks a lot. Hold on. We're gonna try this again. Okay, so I'm seeing a couple of 19 million. What is hitting for 19 million? I know, but like even this right here, like my blade shift doesn't hit for that high. I don't have surge yet. I don't have surge yet. That's the thing. So like what are these numbers coming from? I get the frozen explosion, right? But is it happening off of blast trappers? Yeah, right there, see? So I know there are bigger numbers after that, but still. Isn't puncture better since you're still using marksman? I mean, the idea is to have like an actual true stabbing build, like a stabbing mixed stab, you know, like a cutthroat, like you're actually stabbing with the daggers versus throwing it. I mean, puncture is still considered range, and if I'm gonna do range, I might as well do Heartseeker. You see what I'm saying? Alright, so yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's go back. Hey, what up? What up? What up, King? You see, I have the shrine. Okay, that is true. What shrine did I have though? You're right. I do have the shrine. Is that lethal shrine? Yeah, it's just, but yeah, lethal shrine is just it's just guaranteed crit, right? It doesn't actually increase your damage unless it's an higher crit damage. But how much? The appreciate the follow. Maybe something's double dipping on crits. There was definitely a 64 mil somewhere, which is what prompted me to get someone to clip. I wonder if I hit anywhere near that without the shrine. Right there. Yeah, see right there. But it happened, okay, but it happened on a proc. Like something procced. It feels like, hold on. Like it's not like a regular hit. It's like a big explosion happens. Yeah, see? Like a boom. But what is that boom? And you see the victimized proc go off. Right? So you see the victimized proc go off, but victimized can't crit. Or is victimized critting with the shrine and it's not supposed to? Maybe Lethal Shrine is making victimized crit? Bro, if that's the case, I mean, if so, I wasn't aware of that. But I guess that would explain it though. So I guess my thought is, so like, okay, so there was an explosion here, and it doesn't seem like it's coming from blast trap or blast. Yeah, that wasn't just so. Yeah, so I guess the thing is that if that's the case, because we get the lethal shrines when pushing, I wonder because like no one really talks about that. Like no one's really said anything about it. Like I would assume that would be a big deal when pushing, that you'd be looking for that type of shrine. Like very big deal. Like almost as if like you're not, you know, like if you want to ultra push, you're going. See, so I'm guessing, I'm wondering, because I mean, did we pick up on, because so like when we see people that had did like, you know, the 134s or whatever, right? Like they all turn their damage numbers off. So we wouldn't have seen if they would have gotten the lethal shrine that the victimized was creating like that. Is that 184 mil right there? Or is that just overlap some other numbers? I don't know. That's hard to see. Okay. All right. I did not know that that I guess victimized can crit with the lethal shrine. Is that? I mean, okay. But yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like it's that. So victimized proc crits on lethal shrines for sure. Well, I guess the thing is, the reason why I'm asking, if it's widely spread known, then like you would literally be fishing for that shrine for pushing. Like your top clears wouldn't be possible without that shrine. At some point, it'd be like a conduit shrine. Like that's how big of a deal that is. Especially like let's see on the boss or something that has ads. On a boss that has ads, do you realize how much damage that is? If you can like, you know, go back and like, you know, or save the shrine or something like that. So we've actually been doing a little bit better for some, like, I don't know what's changed. I don't know if it's just maybe I'm getting a lot more lucky with the mob affix types or whatever, but we've been kind of doing okay-ish defense-wise, somewhat. I don't want to jinx it, but ever since I switched to blast trappers and go try what now?
Time to recharge. I'm not ready. I need more time.
The very end, really. At the very end, I die. Why does it always be freaking snakes? I know, right? Oh, that hurt. Oof. My Dark Shroud was like down too. They need to flap the wings.
I need more time.
What the? How am I chucking it for so much damage now? But like before, I was kind of like, alright, that was weird, I guess. Maybe something proc didn't proc, and this time it didn't. Just build a Heartseeker better. Bro, I'm literally messing around with things. I'm trying to make Blaze Shift like work for like a fun spin-off, I guess. Like that, like right now, that's the idea. To have like a true, like an actual melee build, like a build that's like melee, cutthroat melee, but it's so hard to do. Really, honestly, this crossbow should obviously not be Heartseeker. It really needs to be physical, elemental surge. That will actually give us some damage back. It's hardcore build with 5 rubies. Alright, let's try to make sure I don't like salvage things I actually would need. Do I have any spare crossbows, I guess, right now? This is vulnerable damage. I guess I could attempt. I'm pretty sure this is bricked. Or is it actually? Let me find out.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Oh, no, it's not bricked yet. Well, not bricked, but it's that I can actually still change it. I guess we can attempt to try to get elemental surge on it. Did I try twisting blades with Andorios this season? I have not. Not yet. Unstarved from Hungry, new build. Something like that. I must say new build, but more so like a spin-off, I guess. Do I want to do this? Yes, I do. Such a low roll too at the poison. Not that I would want that, but just saying. Fire damage. Fire damage. Fire damage. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, no, the number of temper chances shows under the item's price, right? I tend to forget. Like I tend to forget to actually scroll it down. But you're right. You're right. It's really hard to get like the right right elemental surge you want. Um. Oops. I really want physical, but I guess how big of a difference or deal is it gonna really? Well, yeah, I kind of it kind of needs to be physical. All right, we'll roll another. It's gonna be really difficult to get with that to get physical, but and vulnerable.
Need something forged?
See some stuff. Okay, can we get vulnerable, I guess? We did. Can we get elemental surge, physical? Lightning. Lightning. Physical. Okay. Not bad.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Why I said to be physical, because I have more things that actually scale with physical, just in general. So, like my glyphs and things. I mean, the difference is rather small, but I mean, considering that I'm running Blaze Shift as it is, and I don't have like any other tempers that are like useful for Blaze Shift, you kind of want to try to get the temper that's going to be the most useful. That's all. Actually, percent damage would actually be better here. I know like maximum health is good, but for the surge, percent damage actually makes sense. Believe it or not. But we're not gonna do that. We're gonna stick to what we're. Alright, I guess let's masterwork it a little bit. See what we get.
Unexpected.
It's my life. We're resetting that. Rumble damage, okay. Maximum life, whatever. We'll keep going. God dang it, are you serious? Literally anything but maximum life is what I really want here. I'll take that. I will actually take... You know what? Actually, I wonder how better off would I be trying to like masterwork elemental surge here. I guess we're about to find out then. I don't know. Let's see, add sockets. Also, let's masterwork this because I have not done that. Plus 3 to siphoning strikes, okay. Dexterity.
Unexpected.
Play shift, okay. This isn't bad. Alright, guess we'll hold on to that. It's fine. Love your Heartseeker build, man. Have so much fun with it. Thanks, thanks. Is the ambush a good glyph to keep, or is there an alternative for Heartseeker? You can go diminished. Diminished, you can do diminished, you can do snare for a bigger size. Wait, what's happening?
Yo, Darkside, we just got raided, son.
I got raid.
You know how
wait.
we do.
Why is
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
thing? Sorry, Damas. What's happening? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was wondering, where's that noise coming from? My bad. Sorry, guys. I'm like all late on this, but we got this. god, Sheezy. Ow. I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened, guys.
Dadmods raided my stream with 1803 viewers.
So apparently I had dat mods on a different mod or a different tab. And so he raided me in, and so all that sound kind of came through. Like it unmutes, I guess, whenever you raid. So it's kind of a weird thing. Oh man, my bad, y'all. Anyhow, that I appreciate the raid, man. We are actually at the moment experimenting. So generally speaking, I do the Heartseeker rogue is pretty much my main build. I'm also the one that writes the guide for it on Maxroll. So hi, but we are experimenting with some things, and I want to make a shank rogue. So that's what we are attempting to try to do now. Biggest challenges is surviving. Surviving is very hard to do on this. So we are figuring it out. We're trying to figure it out. So we're trying to segue into something. Much for love for your Heartseeker build. I try to feel this when yours felt the best. Thanks, man. I try to make sure things feel good if I can. I gotta remind myself that it's not me just playing the build, that you're designing it for the audience, for for them to be able to play as well. So that can be a little tricky. This is actually a really let's just try this ring first. I'm not confident in this, but we're gonna try this ring first. Let's see, tempering. We still gotta get vulnerable damage on that, right? So we still gotta do vulnerable. Yeah, we got vulnerable. So now we're forced to get Dark Shroud cooldown reduction. Can we get it? I don't think there's anything else. It's not really just Dark Shroud. I hate that there's 4 options in this category. It's gonna be kind of rough to get. Trap cooldown reduction. Trap cooldown reduction. Subsurfer's cooldown reduction. I mean, that's I'm gonna have to go for it. I'm gonna have to go for it. The same one, but a better roll. What does Masterworking look like on it, though? Just out of curiosity. Let's just try to get.
Unexpected.
Okay, yeah, it's. I really need. It really has to be Dark Shroud. Ever tried Zarya's version of this? What is this exactly? You mean Heartseeker? Well, actually, this is Blaze Shift. No one is doing Blaze Shift. Like, not a single person is doing Blaze Shift. Not that I know, or that I know of. With that being said, deep thought. Juggernaut D, what's going on? All right. I think I'm gonna leave it at this. I'm gonna make sure I put my crossbow where it needs to be, so I don't like accidentally salvage this. Be very mad if I did. And we'll just throw this up here too. Yeah. All right. I also need to check out my Paragon board too, because well, those caches they're supposed to be for my sword, so I probably need to just dump them. But I have so many caches. They're supposed to be for my sword, but I kind of have everything I need now, so I probably should just dump them. Okay, I probably don't need snare anymore because I'm playing close. So I guess I can go with a more defensive glyph, I guess. What's this? Intel? Yeah, I can do closer. I can do turf. A turf is probably not leveled up though. No, I don't think so. You know what actually might be good though? Night Stalker. Like for the blast trapper explosions, like the amount of damage that actually might actually be decent. But we're not gonna do that.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
I'm on in with the prime, appreciate you. I'm wondering. I need to go back and check the my spreadsheet. Damage to close targets is not the same thing as trying to think. Cutthroat skills, right? So like wouldn't turf make more sense since it's increased damage to close targets versus cutthroat damage for like my I'm looking at it in a sense of like elemental surge. You know what? We'll just do a closer for now. It's also this. Either damage. Nah, we'll do close. Guess that works. It's not perfect, but at least I get damage reduction there. I could also do the same thing with diminish here instead of ambush. Or maybe do like change up and do diminished here so I can gain better damage reduction versus slowed enemies. That would actually help a little bit. But the problem is that I can't get the other 6% though, because it's on this board. Appreciate the follows. Yeah, I actually kind of might be stuck with this, but I think maybe diminished though. Instead of ambush. Just trying to find little ways to try to get some more damage reduction. Trick shot board actually would help, but fine. Shift. Cool. I guess that actually might be it. I don't know if there's much more I can do. I do like blast trappers though. You got +7 on exploit on the first try to 12. Very nice. Go buy a lottery ticket. I agree. Let's see. My elemental surge is critting for about 3 mil. $4 mil, 5 mil, 7. I guess that's okay. Anyone disappointed that this is their first D4 wings cosmetic wants something more material? So, well, I mean, it makes more sense for Inarius because, well, you know, story, big thing. I had a severe case of RTFM yesterday. Was trying your Heartseeker build in the pit and it felt terrible. I don't have vulnerable like you hit on ring yet. Then I scroll in the guy in the attic. Curse touch now is absolutely awesome. But you have no idea how many people actually forget that sometimes. Not sometimes, but like just absolutely just kind of forget that that's a thing. But I'm glad it feels good, man. What's the best build for mage after Fireball, Frozen Door, or Blizzard? Actually, I don't know. That's a good question. Everybody's been playing Fireball. I just have no idea. Alright, so here we go. Finally some gameplay for those who probably just jumped in like 20 minutes ago.
Need more time.
This is bad. How are they already, come on. But yeah, this was awful. That was an awful engagement. Yeah, that was all bad. That hurt. But I see what's happening though. I see what's going on. So like, if I, okay, there you go. Ugh. Yeah, this is a different way. Techno, oh yeah, absolutely. That kills me already. Snakes just mauled me. That is rough. Let's just leave. I'm gonna go back to snare, but what was it? Like when I did the 89s twice before. I guess I didn't have snakes either, but it wasn't that difficult. What changed? Why did it feel the way it did? I mean, I'll go back to this, but I don't think that was a difference, though. That just felt weird. Oh, that makes a lot of sense now. I forgot to put the aspect on the weapon. Forgot to put Moonrise on the weapon, y'all.
Magic is neither good nor
I was like, wait a minute, something is missing. That's a pretty big oopsie. It's a massive oopsie right there. Nice to hear Technaso going hard. Okay. There we go. Got some damage back, at least. Okay, that was my fault. I literally like shanked right into the explosion. That's playing why mouse is stronger than fidget finesse because it triple dips. It triple dips with the victimized key passive. So it's not supposed to do that, but it does. But that's why. Oof, that hurt. I guess maybe I can go back to closure now for some more toughness. Is this the Andy's build? No.
Need more time.
Wait, okay, so that was... Okay, that was a poison dot, okay. Alright, we're gonna have to try some other alternatives still. I wanna figure this out. Really do. Now we get the OP shrine.
Need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Ah, such a long CC. Why does the guy say use both the crossbows as cause vulnerable damage? Look in the facts section of the guide.
I'm not ready.
How's it gonna be effective? It's never asked.
I need more time.
And the fact section existed. People generally don't scroll down that far. What build is this? Some sort of like, I mean, I call it Shank Rogue, but I'm having a hard time making Blaze Shift work out the way I want, just because just the toughness issues that comes along with trying to do something without permanent Dark Shroud, which is pretty much any actual melee build's issue right now this season. But yeah, I'm gonna try. There's gotta be some better ways to try to make this. Go close your back. Diminish is strength. Just swap that. This also means I probably don't need kind of if I can see if I can clinch the possible in there. Shot cheats. It's not gonna be at all versus but hey, why not? Might as well. Is the new rogue build S tier? Which one? You mean like the Andes? You mean Andorio's thing? Appreciate the follow. It's gotta be a appreciate the follow. I think I have an idea. Another idea. Appreciate the follows. Oh, I died in midair from cow traps, really? I was in midair cow traps and died. What is this Shadow Step nonsense? It's definitely not Shadow Step. Shadow Step does not attack this fast. Would I be absolutely nuts if I just dropped Dark Shroud altogether? Got so many ranks to it. Heartseeker with greed, your goblin shrines are lit. I can imagine. Oh, I still had whatchamacallit. I had Trap Mastery still. This is me trying real hard. Real hard. Actually, I guess, do I really want weapon mastery here? I guess I do. Alright. As again, no Dark Shroud. Genius is insanity up until it works. Yeah, pretty much. Just trying whatever I possibly can. He said, no question, but you can't master work the damage reduction and 4+4 skills in the shaker, right? Nope, sure cannot. Why does Blade Ship look so fun? Because it is, and I'm trying my hardest to make it work, but it's really hard. More so the damage reduction part of this is the hard part, because Umbrus doesn't work with cutthroat skills, so it kind of has it makes you have to, it forces you to think about how else can you survive, I guess. Yeah, I guess not considering I don't have Dark Shroud at all, this actually isn't that bad. I was expecting to kind of get like burst down like real quickly. It's been kind of okay. Kind of. I gotta find somewhere to get it in there though. There we go. What build is this? Something I've been trying to cook up for a week and a half now. Just trying to make it work somehow. Can I incorporate Scoundrel's leather into this? Yeah, I would need to use a core skill, unfortunately. You know what actually would have been fine with this though? I think Ethereal's Might actually would actually work out with this, because if I'm running this without Dark Shroud, then the Ethereal's Might actually makes a lot more sense for like toughness. But I don't have Ethereal's Might, so the one time I'm actually thinking, hey, maybe Ethereal's Might will work, and I don't have Ethereal's Might. I'm also still in the fence on Blast Trapper though. Yeah, stretch. He said my wife teaches kindergarten. Her last day is Wednesday, so she's so excited for summer. Okay. Man, if I can take it into like a 100 and feel like okay doing like hundreds, and I would consider this as like successful. But we're definitely not there yet. Oof. What a dodge roll right there.
I need more time.
Yeah, what? Rubber fire is still not good. What is the fastest clearing build currently? Probably Fireball Sork or Flay Barb. I took a dead end there. Come on. Well, I find every dead end every time. Meta vocalist. Okay, wait, what did I? Oh wow, did I really went? I went everywhere but south. Wait, where did I not go? Is it hard to build a Heartseeker well build? Not really, no. It is important to have like a few of the key pieces, but I don't think it's hard to build. Wait, where are the rest of the mobs at? Yeah, why does it look like this? Wait, did I just not? Okay. Yo, where is the portal? To build the Heartseeker, one has to become the Heartseeker. No, but seriously though, why do I feel like I ran out of mobs? Yeah, like I pretty much explored this entire. Did I just skip around too much? Like what happened? I usually don't skip that much though. Seriously? No, screw it. We're gonna just rip this. Shit happens. Some at least behind, like way back at the very beginning. Use your cool rapid fire build this weekend to get your first tormented duo kill and got a vicious from it. Nice. And those might sound crazy, but maybe the fortify on dodge aspect might be good. I don't know if I have enough dodge, to be honest with you, to like utilize that. Appreciate the follow. Interestingly enough, I've actually been surviving better without Dark Shroud. Now that I kind of like took all those points off and like kind of put points in other places and pick up Poison Trap with a 15% damage reduction from the whatchamacallit, debilitating toxins. Actually been kind of doing okay-ish. I mean, it's obviously not as good as having permanent Dark Shroud, but since I can't get it, this might be the best side option, I guess. So you're saying sure. I'm saying Heartseeker is nerfed because obviously I'm playing Blaze Shift, right? So must mean Heartseeker just got nerfed like an hour and a half ago. Oh, that hurt.
I'm not ready.
He just Metal gave the whole chat a heart attack. What build is this? I call it Shank Rogue, but I got some more work to do because I'm just now figuring out how to survive with it a little bit, because like that's the hardest part. Like just because you can't really keep up Dark Shroud enough, and Dark Shroud is like obviously Rogue's like only defense, only big defense that they got. So having to figure out a way around it has been like the hardest part. Perfect timing. I die when I say that, yes. I heard. I did have the poison trap on whatchamacallit, did I not or no?
I can't do that.
That hurts. I can't believe I can't like take that hit though. Definitely hardcore viable. For sure. It's weird because like this is the boss you generally want, but he's really hard. It's kind of hard to play up close. At least with my defense. Oh really?
I need more time.
There we go. I'm calling Bill Gates. What about ultimate Shadow Clone? I mean, Shadow Clone does no damage. Just looks shifty. Prison build, yes. Yes. That was a different aspect I was gonna try, I think. Forgot what it was called.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Appreciate the follow. I wish it wasn't just poison the view, man. Why can't it just be poison in general? Everything else is just mobility. Ghost walkers. Orifices. No, let's try crow assessing this. I haven't, like, it's been a while since I thought about. Also appreciate the follows. Yeah. What is my dodge chance at? Probably like 30 something, right? We're around that range. 17%. Guess that is a no. Alright. If it is escape artist would be worth. It's kind of funny. Snap Frozen actually may not be that bad. We'll try a couple of things. I mean, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with trying some things. We're gonna start with the cruel sustenance first though. Check out pestilence points and Noxus Ice. I mean, I know, but I mean, there's no way I can do pestilence points with this though. Cause I'm going Blaze Shift, not Puncture. Heartseeker build, Maxroll was updated. There was nothing changed in the change log. What was updated? I made it sticky on Maxroll. That's it. That's why there's no documented changes. Cause wow, because there was no changes. Why no Dark Shroud? Because I can't proc Dark Shroud with Blaze Shift with Umbrus. So I had to figure out a different way to kind of get my defense. It's kind of been my entire conversation surrounding this build this past 2 hours. Double dip fix? No. Nothing in the patch notes has stated anything of the sort. 3-3 siphoning strikes will help. Let's see. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I have 7-3, not 3-3. My bad. I'll make sure to get 3-3 next time. I know. New mistake, I know. Doing it wrong, especially. J-Rockets, what's going on, man? Ah, freaking snake. Are you kidding me? I got stunned mid-air again from Caltrops. Does this build not use Dark Shroud aspect, or does it not work with Blaze Shift? It does not work with Blaze Shift. Umbrus does not work with Blaze Shift. It says marksman skill. So I had it on my bar, but because it has such a long cooldown, it's kind of a hit or miss. So I'm trying to find a different way around getting something more consistent in terms of defense is concerned, but it's been like really hard. Poison Trap actually kind of helps a bit, but it also has a cooldown. Just nowhere near as high as Dark Shroud, but it's not as much defense as Dark Shroud either. So it's like. I'm trying to run Shaco and Might. I do have Shaco and Might right now. But just in case you haven't heard, I'm gonna try running defense next time. All right, I'm gonna try like putting defensive stuff on next time. 100% dodge chances are ready to go. Yeah, but I don't have the gear to do that. It's not like I can just, yeah. But also, I don't really know if I can really afford the damage loss. As you can tell, I don't have the output of, let's say, Heartseeker as it is. So this is a pretty neat alternative, but obviously not as good as Heartseeker. It's more of a fun side thing to do. So trying not to lose any more DPS than I have to. I'm already using rubies in my gear, which is sacrilegious for the way I like to play things. Time to farm Tyrios. Yeah, Tyrios might actually would actually be really good for this. Or Doombringer, but Almost got hit by that.
I'm not ready.
Doombringer, it would. I mean, it would, but I think I'd be able to at least maybe go back to well, I guess I couldn't do emeralds now. I'd probably pick up another. I don't know. It would hurt my DPS, yeah, but I think that it might be just enough for me to be able to stay alive to kind of go back to doing some other stuff. Are servers down? Well, if they are, I wouldn't be able to play, right? I assume. If they were to change Umbros to work with cutthroat abilities, would that make melee rogues more valuable? For this season, in terms of surviving, heck yeah. Now, in terms of like, you know, catching up to the other marksman builds or whatever, probably not. Because you're gonna need more than just survivability. But it'll be a good start if they did do that. Like a very good start. Alright, so I didn't like crow sus in this, so we're gonna try something different. Let's go with that let's try escape artist. I'm trying a little bit of everything right now. And though my current dodge chance is like 17%. Because I had to change out like a boot and some stuff, and not boot but a pants that just doesn't have dodge on it, 5% on it and things. You said rubies give life. Stack everything with rubies might help. You sure I'm not using rubies? Sure.
I'm not ready.
How do I know when escape artist is up or not? That's like my ultimate question. Feeling good. I remember I was in pain a couple of days ago. I'm still in that same pain. I guess I'm just getting used to it now, which has been kind of annoying. I'm gonna have to go back to the doctor to kind of figure out why. I feel like I haven't really seen any improvement the past like 4 or 5 days. Yeah. My wife has been kind of getting on my case about like calling them up and whatnot and asking. What kind of pain I'm open about? I mean, like everything in that surgical area, I can still feel. Like it's just kind of nagging. And also it feels like I mean, I still can't stand up straight, so like I feel like I'm stretching the pelvis, I guess. And I can't like completely stand up straight still. It's like been a little over 5 weeks now. So a bit concerned. You have any use for a 4GA combination? Not at the moment. Wish me a speedy recovery. Thanks, man. It's been a bit rough. I try not to complain about it. Yeah, so far, Escape Artist feels like it's been doing pretty nice. I just don't know when it's up and when it's not. So I don't know when to be daring and and not daring. Do I use Force Move? For this, I do. But for my regular Heartseeker build, I don't. That was actually a good run. You drop a smoke grenade and dodge the next 7 attacks within 10 seconds. Yeah. That run was kind of smooth, but I don't I don't know when it's up, so I don't know when I can be like aggressive or not. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing fine, and then other times like I don't know. How much is the 3GA Dex crit chance vulnerable worth? Dex crit chance vulnerable what exactly? Sorry. Oh, glove. I'm sorry. Dex crit chance vulnerable. I'm not sure, honestly. I don't do a lot of trading, so I'm usually not a good person to ask about trade stuff, honestly. Rapid fire fix? No. When it is, I will definitely play it. Alright, so we tried Escape Artist. I felt like Escape Artist was okay. But I feel like Escape Artist is one of those things where it's like makes more sense to do it with like another aspect that also has dodge. I don't know. Yeah, we tried Audacity. What does Audacity do again? I'm sorry. Oh, that one. That's next on my list. That and some other aspect, I think. But it has like a what? It's like a 20-second cooldown or something like that. I guess you don't want to accidentally proc it on trash mobs along the way, which I think is kind of my thought. Like, what if? So 4 seconds out. Yeah, I guess my thing is I don't want to like accidentally proc it. If that makes sense. Heartseeker, rapid fire for endgame, like 100+ pits. I mean, they both can do it, but I think you'll have more fun with Heartseeker. Just because rapid fire just feels quite awful to play, honestly. J-Rocket say, did they do something with rapid fire? It feels so much better. I mean, I doubt it. There was nothing that was mentioned in the patch notes. So I assume it still feels... Since the patch, I mean... I haven't touched rapid fire today. Or yesterday. So, I mean, maybe there could be something. I don't know. Oh, I do want to try something though. Let's try like using another class against Rogue. I was leveling a Sork this weekend, but now I'm kind of in experimental mode. So I'm kind of back to using Rogue, if that makes sense. So let's we're gonna put that there. But let's roll with that. Although I think cheats would actually be better here than if I did that though. Yes, guys, yeah, thank you for the guidance. Yeah, man, you're welcome. I'm glad you enjoy. Yeah, double passive amulet, concussive plus alchemical advantage. Try to dodge, game, fortify aspect. I don't have enough dodge chance, honestly, for that. Copy said I went back to build like the speed more than the sound. Fair enough, makes sense. Okay, yeah, I literally stood right in front of that. Mert, what's going on, man? One leg
Yo,
Sam with the
dark
braid.
side. We just got braided, son.
I can't do the dance right
You know
now,
how
but
we do.
I appreciate
Drop my
you.
new beat for these new
What's
viewers.
going on? Oh, I thought I was on the outside of that. For real? I'm much to buy the ring you need for Heartseeker build? I don't know.
God, cheesy.
Ow. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say you
Unalexi raided
need.
my stream with 12 viewers.
You mean with the chance to make enemies vulnerable? Is that what you're looking for? But appreciate you, Sam. What's going on? I'm trying to get my Shank Rogue to work. Trying real hard. Defense is really the big issue I'm trying to solve. The gameplay is fun. Just gotta solve survivability. How much I bought my pen degrees for him? I think I gave him like 400 mil, somewhere around that range. I could have like bought it for less, but I wanted to help him out since I had a pretty decent amount of gold. Just heal somebody from my stream. Are you serious? I swear, all I'm getting is Spirit Caller, but I guarantee if I was to push, I would never get this boss. Frigid or exploit. My Frigid amulet has GA lucky. What's the rest? What's the rest of the stats on the other amulet? So like, give me all three. I have a question. Are there any valid melee builds this season for Rogue? I'm legit trying. I'm legit trying to do that now. It has been a journey that has been kind of rough, but I am trying. What's really hard about like melee builds, builds that you cannot proc Umbrus without a marksman skill, and since Umbrus is basically your entire defense, like all your defense is like, well, what do you do? I'm gonna try Snap Frozen actually. Out of curiosity. $69 is so low though. 689 berry is so low. Why is it so low? You know what? We're gonna give it a shot anyways. Who cares? But you guys get good GA items from? Some people trade for them, and other people just play a lot. +2 frigid, but exploited is +1. Malice lucky attack speed, crit GA. I'd probably say the first one. It happens. Chief, what's going on? YouTube. It's gotta be that combo, man. I gotta at least do that. Oh, I can't do that anyways. I just realized I can't. Yeah, I can't even do that because I have on whatchamacallits. So I can't even do that route. Penitent greeds. I think cheats actually might just be my best bet here. Especially with having Penitent Greaves on.
My hammer sings on your return.
That's like Heartseeker but melee. Something like that. You think the new DLC is worth? Oh yeah. If they continue to keep going in the direction that they have been starting with season 4, then no doubt. I mean, $40 for that? Yeah. I'd do it.
Need more time.
Whoa, wait, what happened?
Need more time.
Some new pet worth 40. I mean, for like the DLC in general, or for like the Ultimate Edition?
I'm not ready.
Honestly, I don't think any cosmetics is worth it, honestly, but like, I would just get the base game. The base expansion, sorry, not the base game. What's it gonna work? Is my Heartseeker build nerfed? Absolutely, of course it was. Every patch time when there's no information about Heartseeker at all means that there's definitely a nerf. Heartseeker. I hate this boss. Passion. It nerf, yep, every time. In fact, if you pre-purchase the expansion, Heartseeker was nerfed. For you, only for those who pre-purchase. Did I just die standing up? I died standing up, huh?
I need more time.
Diminished Glyph was a good choice. Thanks again. You're welcome, man. Crap, run. On. I still hate that boss. Hey Docs, I would like your opinion. I'm doing the Heartseeker build and it's going pretty well so far, but I see there's a mobile lettuce build made by Saint, and I was wondering what's the difference between the build compared to that one, and which one is really the better one to follow. That's kind of a loaded question. It's like asking like two well-known like basketball players, right? And you're just like, yo, I'm trying to learn my game, and like I see that you know you do well, you shoot threes well, you do this, but you know you kind of dunk pretty well over here. Who's the better basketball player between the two? Like, that's kind of a loaded question. The reality is it a chat just trolling? No, I mean, I guess is that I don't think people really kind of think they're like the question through. I don't think he means anything by it, but like it's just kind of a strange question where like like I think Sanctum is a very good rogue player and theorygrapher, but he works for a different site, and I obviously work for Maxroll, so it's kind of like a weird thing to kind of follow in that sense. Bro gets buff if you buy DLC, absolutely. Why does it only get needed with pre-purchase? So chat is just trolling again tonight. Yeah, just trolling again. Josic, I think the thing is that I don't think you understand how many times people ask, did Heartseeker get nerfed, without any sort of without any reason to believe it got nerfed. Like there was it'd be one thing if they saw a video, or you saw in a patch notes they mentioned the word Heartseeker in the patch note, or mentioned the word victimized patch. It just comes out of nowhere, just randomly. Hey, did Heartseeker get nerfed? Or I heard Heartseeker's gonna get nerfed. I'm like, who'd you hear from? I don't know. So I get that at least 3 or 4 times a stream, and I'm just like, where is this coming from? So I'm thinking maybe I'm missing out. Maybe
There's something special.
Druid damage buff equals Heartseeker. No, yeah, see, it could be that. I don't. Yeah, maybe. Streamer that. Yeah, I do not know. So I feel like maybe I'm getting trolled. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I feel like I'm getting trolled. Like maybe I'm the one. Maybe everyone else knows something I don't know. As often as it's asked, nobody tell them. I mean, I didn't know you could salvage it. Yeah, you remember that? You remember that? We won't talk about that. We won't talk about that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do. All right, guys, we're going straight for the 100. Oh no, I'm out of runestones. What? Yo, I'm out of runestones. I can't open up a whatchamacallit. I can't even pit. Do you even pit, bruh? Do you even pit, bruh? Yeah, it's a rogue nerf. That's exactly what it is. I literally was getting ready to key in the 100 just to go YOLO, and the game's like, nah, bro. Nah, we ain't having that. Said my apologies, didn't mean the question come up for that. I understand y'all both great role players and you know, both from opposite sides. Just mainly ask your opinion. What's the difference between your build versus his kind of things? Just isn't. This kind of things, which still isn't exactly wording it properly. Not sure how I want this to be asked exactly. Basically, what the pros to your build. So the thing about it is the droppish is that I think a lot of us don't necessarily go and look at other builds on other people's sites. So I don't know how he has this constructed. Like I'm not as a, I won't say competitor because I don't really look at it that way at all, whatever. But like, I don't go to different sites to see what builds that, you know, how they crafted their particular builds for the class. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know what the difference is. What I can tell you is that there's many different variations droppish. There are many different variations that all do the same thing. Like, you can't go wrong with whoever's setup you go with. You go with what is it? Whatever his name is. You can go with his setup. You can go with Mippy's setup. You can go with Woody Joe's setup. You can go with the Maxroll setup. You can go with my own personal setup. It all basically smashes like 100 to 105 pits in like 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. It doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of how do you want to do it. So you look at a variation and go, huh, that looks like the variation I want to play, right? And then you just go with that. But no one who's working for any particular like notable site like that or a notable player is going to have a bad Heartseeker build. If that makes sense. At that point, you just kind of go with what you think is going to work better for how you want to play your rogue. What is the fastest way to get runestones? Because apparently I'm like out. Is it because I know Nightmare Dunkers are so kind of quick to do them, but like, Docs, I missed the passionate about goblins stealing your runes. Probably. I'm using completely different setup. Not using voices. Nah. I mean, I know you get them from Helltide chest, but I'm like, I have zero rune zones. I just want to farm runestones. My best bet is actually, can you get them from Whispers? Do Whispers got them too? No. Cause I can go ahead and like pick up a couple of Whispers like real quick. I just never really thought about runestones because I was never like ever out of them before. So this is so weird. Gonna go after the whatchamacallit. The best nightmare dungeons, probably. But I guess I go ahead and do the whisper since it's like right there. Guess we'll find out how much it gives me. Some angel breaths, I guess. Okay, so 6 runes. Okay, so it lined up with what Nova said. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's Nightmare Dungeons. Let's just do some Nightmare Dungeons. I haven't done that in a while. Good day. May I ask what is your weapon affixes? Vulnerable, dexterity, maximum life. Currently, I'm doing kind of a different setup at the moment with blaze shift. So I got elemental surge on my main weapon and caltrap's duration on the 2 swords. It's really, I really should be doing daggers, but I don't really have the resources to make the switch right now. How much do we lose with without the ring for rapid fire? It's more so the AoE from rapid fire that, like with the ring, that makes it strong. Like you could try it without the ring, but there's a notable like drop off in your ability to clear, regardless of how much better it might feel. The surge can do decent damage. I mean, it's okay. I wouldn't pick it over like a good temper, but problem you gotta remember, Blaze Shift doesn't have a temper at all. Like it has no temper. So your only option is Elemental Surge if you want to do something. So yeah, so I mean at least it's something versus like nothing. It's better to use 2 GA Dex Max on Life or 1 GA Vulnerable. I mean, overall, I would probably choose the 2 GA. But if I was min-maxing like 100% min-max DPS only, I would take the 1 GA and Vulnerable. How much vulnerable damage do I have? Statistically, 1800. Yeah, where am I going? Just turf, right? Alright, that's enough for at least one 100 run. That's all I want to do is just do one 100 run. Can I manage? I guess I'll probably farm some rune stones on my own time. Is vulnerable damage the most important factor in our Heartseeker build? I would say it's definitely a couple of things. Lucky hit chance is important. Attack speed is important. Crit chance is also important. It's like a mixture. It's not just one stat. But yes, vulnerable damage is definitely important. But it doesn't really get in the way of many other pieces. So it's kind of like kind of easy to grab a lot of. Why crit chance though? Well, for two reasons. One, you need crit chance to proc Umbrus because you can't proc Umbrus unless you crit. And two, your base 50% crit damage is multiplicative. So the 50% that's in your sheet without any stats on your gear is multiplicative. So when you crit, you do more damage, right? Because of that, because of your base 50%. Victimize procs off of your damage. So if you crit and victimize procs, then the victimized white number will be based off of your crit number that you just crit for. So you want to crit for sure. All right. First time trying this in a 100. Can I survive is the question. Awful map so far, but they're also spread apart. Why are they also spread apart? Holy. Yeah, like, all y'all so spread apart. Yeah, you keep running from me. I can't do anything. Really? Really? Wow. That was bad. That was real bad. That was more like it, like that. still alive. Ow. CC. I would use my shadow step before going in. Chaos. Alright, this actually wasn't too bad except for the obvious two deaths that I had to that freaking snake cat. Is there any chance for you to decrease the chance for better gear? No. Nope. It's all random. You just gotta find a lot of it. That's it. I'm actually taking a hit from these guys. I spoke too soon. Why not puncture? Because there's already a puncture build, you know, the Andes and Dario's puncture. And it really wouldn't be called a melee build at that point, is it? Because puncture is technically a marksman skill. So I figured I wanted to do a build that is actually a cutthroat skill. You know, like an actual melee knife build-ish type thing. I'm stabbing. It's kind of fun when I can find like a good way to be able to survive, because you can't really run Umbrus with the cutthroat skill. So all right, Kyle, man, you have a good one. Ow, that hurt. Oh, that's all three staggers. It's gonna take a while. Oof. I'm out of whatchamacallit too. I was out of potions, I couldn't do it. And I couldn't get close enough to hit him to heal because I was gonna die if I did. Oh well. We tried. If I had a better boss, that would have gone down a lot easier, but I don't know how to play as rogue without Dark Shrouds at the moment. I don't think really anyone really does. And me trying to figure it out has been me beating my head against the wall at the moment. But I do like Blaze Shift a lot. It's so much fun to play. It's just so difficult to make it work without the freaking, Umbrus auto Dark Shroud proc, man. Like, do you know how much easier this would be if I had it? If I could proc Umbrus, like, it'd be so much easier. It'd be so much easier, man. I don't know why they didn't just. I don't know why they just made it very specific to marksman skills. I really don't know. I guess Uber Necklace would fix the tanky part for this, but yeah, but then I would lose a ton of damage from not being able to put Daft on the and also the stats too, like the passives too, and that's a lot. That's way too much damage to lose. Yeah. So we will slowly keep working towards it, guys. I think we made some headway this time around. I think we did better this time around than we did before trying to. So we got a little further. I actually think Ethereals would do pretty well in this setup because you can't do anything with the Dark Shroud ranks anyway. So I actually think Ethereal would do pretty well. The vulnerable damage in total, it was like 1811. But anyhow, I do need to go because I do have to get up in the morning to get some things done. So we're gonna go to somebody. Let's see. There. Would have been there. How's everything? Hold on. Guess we could do. Actually, I haven't been to Wonder Pup in a while. I think it's like he's getting ready to go. Not there. Baskinator's speaking German, so no. We went to Fame two streams ago. Well, is that someone playing a ball lightning sword? Really? We'll go to Night Daz. Night Daz is in here often. We'll support him. We'll go side him. Anyhow, with that being said, tomorrow you will. I don't know how much more of the Shank Rogue I'm gonna do unless I can think of anything else to try to keep myself alive. Other than that, I think I do want to try to revisit Barrage and play that a little bit tomorrow. I found Andy, no. But anyhow, for those who came over during the raise, if you stuck around to say hi and kind of, figure out what's going on and, see what this is all about, I appreciate you guys for doing so. Both on the tube as well as Twitch. But we're going to show our support for Night Daz. And I guess I'll see y'all tonight. As always, until next time.